How's the cripple?
Feeling crippled?
Yeah.
Would it hurt? Would it hurt?
Hurt a lot, did it?
Yeah. It's 3 breaks in 7 years, and this has been the most painful.
Well, yes,
So I'm
got to
obviously
stop.
not getting the message.
Yeah, what do you reckon the message is?
Well, a few things I've been looking at. There's like one emotion that came up that I partially felt.
Mm-hmm. The question becomes, why do people create accidents?
Yes. Good question.
Well, I think it's a very simple answer.
And it's something that you and I have talked about before, actually, when you hurt yourself at God's Way event one day.
Right.
Do you remember?
Sorry.
No.
We had a direct conversation about it, Cameron, when I...
Testing 1, 2.
Oh, the not wanting to feel my loneliness.
Yes.
But there's a purpose for creating an accident where, at any age, so what is it, Cameron?
Well, obviously I don't want to take responsibility.
Well, sort of related to that, but not really. Think about what happens when you have an accident.
Your attention.
Yeah. So you feel sad about not having people's attention or not having someone in your life, you know, who's there with you every day and things like that. Yeah. So every time, so sort of a combination of the loneliness, but also sort of wanting attention. Yeah. So the net result is that you end up creating an accident and you get the attention. Because the average person would go, oh no, poor Kath, she's broken her. You know. So you end up with a party around your house. Where people give you attention. Yeah. So it's all about not wanting to feel some grief about not being loved or wanted. Okay, those two can go back onto that thing there. Perhaps, thank you. Testing. Just tick that off.
Where's Elwyn? No,
She's
Elwyn.
in New Zealand.
Oh, is she? Sis. I didn't know she was going. Is she gone for a long time, Neil?
No, just 4 days.
Oh, okay. What's the purpose?
Her aunt is 95, so you know the sister went over there and
Oh, sorry. Nice. Well, can I give you a jar for Elwyn?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you. Thank you. And Anna, thank you very much. Oh, and Anna, do you want to give me as well? I'll leave it there, Anna, is that all right? Okay. So then you get your container back.
Yeah, I might just get you to pass back those mics so I can do a clap.
Yes, don't move the mic.
Just been forgetting to do the clap.
Clap and a sound bite.
Sound bite's not so critical with these because the normal sound is so low So these recorded at minus 100 dB, so,
That's all.
so the sound is so low.
Just be careful.
All right.
Hang up, hang
You
up.
want it?
Yep, now.
Give me the job.
Yep. Testing, test.
Okay. You just,
Peter Piper.
yeah, we'll have to do that. Just for a
Now
minute.
you can have that.
Thank you, I'm back. Thank you. G'day. Still getting used to these belt things,
Yeah, how have you got yours done?
If anyone wants some free mandarins, there's 2 bags out the front. You can help yourself.
Thanks, Mum.
They came from a place in Wirrallan that has a big, massive tree full of mandarins.
We'll pass on our gratitude.
Yeah. I did say to the lady, like, are you closing it off for today? You like open it up to people to come and pick up mandies. And I said, so I've got friends that would love mandarins.
Are they good?
I had one before, it was pretty good, yeah, nice and juicy. But I don't know what the rest of them are like, obviously.
I'll take the mandarins.
Yeah. Yeah, well, there's so many on the tree. So many.
Do you not live in Wirrallan, do you? Or do you?
No.
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 Okay. We'll wait till you finish eating. Eat away.
Well, while you're eating, can I do a little...
Go to the mic.
Oh, yeah. Got to set up. Set up. Just wanted to thank everyone this week for their work as well, and for those who haven't been involved in the day, give you a little update progress report. So down at the function centre, J&M came down and we were looking for the actual arena site, so the site that we cleared earlier, like last Saturday, and then earlier in the week. It's actually moved, so we were clearing that site on Friday yesterday, and taking some levels, which we need to get to now see if that site's going to be a good place for the arena to go. So things have been changing up. And then obviously done some weeding, and there's quite a bit of khaki weed as well at the function centre. That will be an upcoming event that you can all join in. What else did I say? There's another note. Yeah, I really wanted just to specifically as well thank the people who have just donated.
In front.
Oh, sorry.
Under.
And also, come down further because you can hear the
You can
things.
hear. You can. I hear. I just plosive.
Yeah, as soon as you hear a plosive, you just need to.
You're in front.
You need to take it further away from
Yeah.
you.
Okay. P. Plosive. Okay. So I'm getting used to this.
Yeah.
A bit awkward. So I also just wanted to thank Rob and also Paul. I'm not sure if he's here, but just for the loan of your equipment and the gifts that you give to God's Way, we really, really appreciate that. And tools. And this week, people have loaned or gifted the use of power tools and all kinds of things. And it's been just really grateful. Like yesterday, there were 4 whippersnippers all like whippersnipping at the same time. They're like cobbler's pigs, we were above their heads, and it was just really like lovely. I thought it was just a example of what God's Way can do if we all work cooperatively and sort of pool resources as well. You don't have to own a whole lot of things, but if people are willing to give the gifts or to use them collectively, then a lot can happen. That's really good. But yeah, it was lovely. There were some other things that weren't so good. We have an ongoing selfishness in cleaning up God's Way tools. You're all happy to clean up your own, but not actually do the job to the end. So there's usually just the managers or the same people who are always doing the same jobs. So that's just an ongoing issue for most people. But yeah, just thank you for those who have put effort in this week. Really appreciate it. Just
watch the plosives. You just need to, if you can hear, go put in mic, then you just need to be further away from the mic, or your direct voice needs to be further away from the mic, head, just to stop the plosives from.
If you follow the instruction, have it resting on your chin. That will.
Or just a bit below your chin.
Below your chin. That will usually help.
Then you'll talk over the top of it, so it shouldn't be too bad.
So not here, but here.
You don't want it at the throat, but yeah.
No, sorry. Yeah, not here.
Peter Piper pecked the pickle. Please provide pizza pronto.
We don't have plosives.
Rob?
Just got a question about like illness and accidents and things like that. So all accidents are to get attention?
Well, they usually indicate that you're feeling quite lonely. You feel that people are not providing you with enough feelings that they want to know you or want to understand you, or you feel like they are not giving you enough validation and approval for the things you do. Generally it's linked to all of those things, and then generally when we create an accident, we've got a lot of those emotions, but the underlying demand is that people give us more attention. And then of course people do, because naturally people want to care for you when you're in distress. And so it's a very easy way to get, when I say easy, it's painful, but it's a very easy way to get the attention without actually saying, oh, I really want this attention. It's a very passive thing to do.
Or changing yourself.
And also you're willing to even cause yourself pain
Yeah.
in order to get that attention. Yeah. So you see it happening a lot with children who have accidents in particular, where they don't understand, but they're ready to cause themselves pain, just to get that feeling that they're being noticed and they have some attention.
I've noticed in myself that when I get sick, it's serving a purpose for me. Like there's always, I don't always nail it or feel it, but I've become aware that I'm creating this because it's serving a purpose.
Yeah, sickness is obviously a different update, because what type of sickness does have an impact as well. So a lot of sicknesses relating to head colds and other things like that, which you're prone towards, and chest things, are a lot related to feeling like you don't want to grieve, and having a sickness causes people to sort of back off and leave you alone for a while. So it's about also getting feeling not as pressured and not, so up until then you're not grieving pressure or grieving being pushed around or grieving being controlled by others, or feeling like you have to do things for others when you don't really want to. And then instead of dealing with that feeling, you generally will create a sickness, and then in creating the sickness, everybody's, gives you space and time then.
Yeah.
But in the end, it's because you just didn't want to feel the grief associated with what was happening before then.
Makes sense, but it's a silly thing to do.
Yeah, and most of us don't realise when the way in which we get sick has a bearing on what things we're trying to avoid. So, like for myself, when I was younger, I was very prone to getting sick, like once a month. And it was basically because everyone around me just didn't take any notice of what I did or anything like that. I was just expected to keep doing. And the only time I had really any time for myself was when I got sick.
Yeah, right. Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
But some of you get sick because you don't want to deal with the lack of love in your environment, and it's a way of being able to withdraw from what's going on around you rather than deal with it head on with the people around you, because that will trigger the grief, and don't have the grief, so you withdraw into this.
If you have to confront people's unloving behaviour towards yourself, for the most part, you would be, if you dealt with it properly, you would be triggered into feeling, crying, into feeling grief. But the average person doesn't want to cry, and so they either want the other person, somebody else, to change their behaviour towards them without having to say anything and without having to do anything, or they create an illness in order to change the behaviour of people around them. Yeah, which is a very common thing to do.
Or as you say, just to get a respite from.
Just to get a respite.
It's like some people have the emotional belief that now this is a legitimate reason for me to withdraw from my environment.
Well, everybody has that belief, even the people who are well. Oh, you're sick, so I want to stay away from you now. It's not, oh, you're sick, let's spend more time together. For the most part, it's like, you're sick and I don't want to get your bug, so I'm staying away. So it's sort of like an automatic way of preventing people from putting extra pressure on you. Does that make sense? Without even having to say anything about it. So the advantage of that is that if you look at it as an advantage, it's not an advantage, but the advantage of it from your perspective is that, now people stay away from me and I get a bit of time for myself. In the case of, okay, well, I'm sick now, I've hurt myself, people come and care for me then. So, sort of the opposite thing. Not if you have accidents, sicknesses usually are a bit about either manipulating people's behaviour into caring for you, or about them staying away. Accidents are a lot about people caring for you only. Like trying to get attention, trying to get people to care for you, trying to get. Obviously you don't feel anybody does, but you don't want to feel that. Because it's a hard feeling to feel. It's a lot of sadness to recognise that hardly anybody on earth cares for you in a real way, Yeah.
And that's I know that for you, Seth, and you, Cav, that's you both living with a lot of loneliness and unfelt grief about things, and because you don't feel it, you end up creating the accident, which meets the addiction to continue to avoid the feeling.
Yeah. It happens for Alan as well.
Yes, it does.
Has fairly regular accidents as well. People are more prone to it as they age as well, because obviously there's more sadness that's collected up over time, and oftentimes they've lost a partner or lost their relationship, their primary relationship, and so they're living alone, and so there's a lot of factors in why it increases as a person gets older. So a lot of times, it's like, I'm infirm, that's why it happened, but it's not really why it happens. Because even when you're infirm, if you loved yourself, you would take care of you'd know your limitations and you would take care of yourself well, and you wouldn't put yourself in positions where you would have an accident. The law of attraction around accidents is interesting too, because usually the people around the person generally don't have much to do with the person, and then when there's the accident, then they have more to do with the person. So that's also indicative of the fact that the people around the person are not really loving to the person in a day-to-day basis. Yeah. Does that answer your question?
Yeah.
Yep.
Thanks.
Of course, you can give a lot more complicated answer, because where you get the breakage and what happens there, there's, when it comes to illnesses and accidents, where the accident occurred and what effect it has on you has bearing on the emotions that you're trying to suppress as well. So, it gets a lot more complicated than what I'm saying, in the sense that, why a person breaks an arm rather than a leg. There are very, after you understand the body and understand the emotions and where they stood, you understand why it was a leg and not an arm. But the key thing to focus on first is the emotion you're trying to avoid. In terms of, once you start digging or delving into it more deeply, God can share with you actually the precise emotion and why the particular problem happened exactly where it happened. Yeah. And of course, if it happens, if two people break their leg in exactly the same way, then they've got exactly the same emotions. Sometimes you see that actually, where in a family, within a very short period of time, two people will break something in exactly the same way. Nikki, you were going to ask?
Are infections similar to like an illness type thing?
Yeah, but obviously infections begin with a problem
Yes.
that is uncared for.
Yes.
So you can see that also has other emotions, doesn't it, involved in it.
Yeah.
So let's say you got a cut in your hand, let's say, and you didn't care for it properly, then eventually it might fester and bacteria might get into it, and then you'll have an infection, and now you'll need, from a medical perspective, they say take some antibiotics. But why did that infection occur? It happened because you weren't prepared to care for yourself.
Right.
With the first problem. So frequently what happens is a person will have a small thing happen to them with an infection. Obviously when it comes to operations, well that's a big thing, not a small thing, but oftentimes infections start with very small things that we're unwilling to care for.
Right. Right. So infections tend to kind of be stuff where we're not wanting to be loving with ourselves for a certain reason.
For a reason, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whether it's you trying to tough it out and be stoic,
Yes.
that happens a lot, where people are just, I remember once my brother just had a small cut on his hand, it probably needed 3 stitches, but he didn't bother going to the doctor at all. 3 days later, he had a strep infection right up to his shoulder, and if he'd left it 2 more days, he would have been dead.
Wow.
Fortunately, by that stage, the pain was so great that he went and cared for it. And see, this is a part of what happens with infections: is the pain keeps increasing until you care for it. So that's indicative of your original problem, which is you didn't care enough for it when the pain was small.
Right.
Does that make sense? And of course, the original accident happened for an emotional reason that you didn't care for either.
Yeah. That's interesting. So I've had a tooth infection. I got it like a month ago.
Yeah.
And it's kind of like I'm okay. I'm going to try and feel it. I'm going to try to figure out what it's about.
Yeah.
And I ended up feeling. I felt some stuff, and it kind of went away and it's come back. And then I was just like, no, I need to check it out. So I read online and it said tooth infections. You can't get rid of them. You've got to get it sorted.
Well, you can get rid of them if you deal with the actual causal motion.
Right.
But for the most part, teeth, emotions relating to your teeth have a lot of worth issues involved in them, and the majority of people won't deal with them.
Yes.
Because to deal with them, you've got to deal with some pretty substantial emotions.
Yes, that makes sense.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Yeah, it's on the right side, so it's that's kind of stuff I'm avoiding, I think.
Yeah.
But that makes sense about infections and the cause for them and stuff. So thanks.
Yeah. So if you know you're not dealing with it emotionally, the wise thing to do is go and deal with it medically, obviously. But it'd be better if you dealt with it emotionally, because then the original problem wouldn't exhibit itself in the first place. Of course, infections can also occur because you have done some damage of some kind through an accident that you haven't cared for or decided to do anything about. So sometimes an infection, so the original accident occurs because of a lack of care of self sometimes. And then, of course, because of the lack of care of self, there's a higher likelihood of infection. And then you get the infection and then try to not care for it either. That's what the average person does, particularly a man. Most men don't like going to the doctor or anything, right? So they won't care for it. And then of course it just gets worse. The problem just gets worse and worse and worse and worse until you're forced to go because you're in so much pain that you have to do something now. Yeah. And that's indicative of the fact that you were tolerant of small amounts of pain.
Okay.
Do you see what I mean by that?
Yeah, so you're tolerant to the smaller amount because you don't want to feel the emotional reason. So if you're more sensitive, you'll just cry about the tiny bit of pain.
Yeah, well, if you were really sensitive, you would already have dealt with the emotion that would have caused the accident in the first place, so you wouldn't even have the accident.
Yeah.
But for most people, they're not that sensitive, so the accident comes, and then if you're sensitive enough, you can feel the results of that accident. Most people don't do that either, and so then, of course, the subsequent things have to also occur before you become, starting to deal with the problem. But for the majority of people, they don't deal with that either, and instead they just go and get medicine ducked to deal with the problem. So the problem with that, of course, is that your likelihood of a recurrence is high. And this is why oftentimes they say, there's a genetic disposition towards that particular problem. Because, people usually in the family, there are co-relations between the type of emotion and the type of accidents, or type of emotion and type of injuries, type of emotion, type of sicknesses, type of emotion, type of infections. And so people say, that particular family, that's why they ask you when you have your history.
Yeah.
Because they want to know those relationships for physically, but they don't see them emotionally.
Yeah. And in the first century, when you were around in the first century then, when you got really injured and stuff.
Yep.
And you said you didn't get an infection.
Yep.
And is that because of you didn't have the worth emotion,
correct.
The grief with worth and things like that?
With the extent of my injuries, the average person would have died.
Yeah.
Usually within a week or so. Well, one of the times, I had exposed flesh for months in one time, where they'd speared me through my hip into the ground with a hot spear, and then speared me through the other shoulder to keep me on the ground as well, through the left shoulder, and straight through. And they cut up my face and then got dogs to sort of, eat that part of my face and everything. And so in the end, if you look at it, and then I was dragged behind the horse for quite some time, naked. So when you add all those things up, the average person, and I had a broken back, they broke my back as well. So the average person would, with all of those things happening, we'd probably die, and that was their intention, that I'd die a slow death. Yeah. Now, if you had a tendency towards infection, of course, you would have gotten an infection. In the first century, if you got an infection, you were dead. There was no way of stopping it once it started, generally.
Thanks.
Yeah. Well then.
Chronic pain is avoiding generally something from childhood.
Yeah, if you think about how pain develops, you get these initial niggles, don't you? Generally, that's how things happen. You get these initial niggles, and eventually the problem just gets larger and larger and larger and larger until it becomes problematic. And then for most people, it just keeps getting larger and larger and larger until they actually, for most people nowadays, they'd go to a doctor. If it was an organ, they'd have it removed, if it could be removed. If it's things like a cancer or something, they try to get it removed. If it's something that's essential to your body, like your brain or something like that, or some other part of your body, like your heart, then sometimes they'll even go for like an open heart surgery, complete heart, lung, even transplant, like transplants and all sorts. If you think about how much we're willing to have our body cut up just for the sake of living, it's quite extreme. And because medicine has a lot of suppressive techniques now, such as taking drugs that can suppress the pain quite high levels of pain can be suppressed quite a lot, then of course we have a stronger tendency then to engage those kinds of operations, even though under normal circumstances, if there was no drugs to take, you imagine the extreme pain you'd be in, like after, let's say, like in the first century, somebody having an open heart surgery was unheard of because you'd have to knock them out and then operate, and then they'd wake up in such shock, and there's no drugs really, aside from things like opium and other things like that, that could suppress it. So naturally, the average person under those extreme circumstances would die. Nowadays, you can have some very extreme circumstances and live. I knew one fellow who was in a car accident. He lost 7/8 of his blood, so he was left with 1/8 of his blood. Afterwards, he was in a head-on accident. He ended up being in hospital for 11 months in his recovery. Part of his recovery, they had to freeze him, so they put him in these sort of bars to slow down his circulation system to an extent where they could start to pump him full of he didn't have a blood transfusion, and they pumped him full of volume expanders, so saline and other things like that, to keep him alive, and he fully recovered. Which is remarkable, right?
They would have been so annoyed doing that.
Yeah, that's right. They would have been annoyed, but he fully recovered. And he walked again and everything. He was broken back and everything, but he walked again. And you think about if that happened the time we lived in the first century, the chances of recovery were next to nil, really. Yeah. So yes, all of our problems start with very small problems generally, and they all start emotionally, actually, all of our problems. And then we only become aware of it in our body once the emotion has been suppressed long enough for the disease to begin. Now, the disease can be the desire to create an accident, but it can also be an actual disease, like an actual illness or disease. And then when that is not looked after, obviously things get worse even more. So then, to the extent where we're willing to have body parts, chopped off and taken away, quite extreme, really, isn't it? As to how far society now will go for the sake of preserving life, which is interesting because after you pass, you're still alive. So it's actually because of a lack of faith in you still being alive. There's a lack of faith in an afterlife. So a lot of these extreme things we do are fundamentally caused by a lack of faith in an afterlife. Yeah. So.
As a young person, I had a lot of pain in my legs.
Yeah.
And then I had a long time without any pain.
Yeah.
And now I have the pain in
Yeah.
one side. The question I have is that just because I was numbing myself to the pain?
Yeah. What a lot of people do in their childhood is that children, by the time, usually up until the age of 7 at least, and often in times into your teenage years, there'll be a whole heap of things happening around you, and your body does exhibit the symptoms of those things happening around you, and you're unable to deal with them, and also children are generally unable to suppress very well either. They haven't learnt to use their mind to suppress any symptoms, and so they are generally sensitive to the fact that something is wrong. So as a child, and this probably was the case with all of you as a child, you probably experienced events and illnesses and other things that you were very sensitive to, and you felt them straight away. And this is why also as a child you get things like, chickenpox and other diseases like this, because you are very sensitive to there being any imbalance in your environment where love is not engaged, right? So you're very sensitive to an unloving environment. Then as time goes on, and usually this happens by the time you're 10, usually between, after 7 years of age, and when I say after 7, it's really a gradual process. It starts when you're born, and the imposition of emotions, you gradually catch on, like intellectually you catch on. I've got to suppress certain things in order so that I don't feel the emotional pain of those things. Now what happens then is you go through a period of time usually, and this is where people are normally between their teenage years and about 30, where you suppress them enough where you don't feel much of them, but your body is still healthy enough to cope with the suppression. So your body is still handling the suppression in the sense that it's not exhibiting symptoms.
And often you develop you've got more agency in those years. You have more sort of,
You
if you like,
develop
you develop
techniques.
your own free will choices to meet addictions that help you to suppress in those years. So for yourself, the reason that pain went away is you developed some addictions that assisted you to do that.
Yeah. And the purpose of the addictions is to suppress your emotional pain. And of course, in the process of suppressing emotional pain, you have a period of time where your body is relatively healthy in comparison to aged, but you basically, you could say it's pregnant with a lot of seeds of discontent for later years in your life, with regard to what's going to now happen in your body. And so usually by the time a person is 30, and sometimes it's 40, they start to get the symptoms again. And then it's like, well, what do I do now? Well, a lot of times it's attributed, isn't it, to old age? I'm just getting old now, and that thing's coming back or whatever. We don't think to deal with it emotionally. We don't think it's because of our lack of sensitivity emotionally or anything like that. And so we just choose to continue to not deal with it. And of course, in the dealing and not dealing with it now, the body is now, see, from the time you're about 21 years of age, unless you deal with your emotional problems, from 21 years of age, you're dying. Your cell structure is not going to recover as much anymore, because the imposition of the emotions is going to damage the replication of your cells. And that applies to some cells have a recovery system that's faster than others. So some cells might take up to 7 years, so it's things like your bones might take up to 7 years to exhibit a problem. And then other cells, such as your eyes, can respond within just a few months to a problem. So, and your brain is another thing that can often respond in a few months to a problem. There are some parts of your body that you could say are more based on fluid. There's more things passing through them. There's more. They're more dependent upon a proper emotional balance than other parts of your body are, and so they will start exhibiting problems generally first, and then things slowly decay. But from 21 years of age, you're dying. Now, if you dealt with your emotional issues, there's no reason why the cell replication process wouldn't continue to occur, and you'd probably stay looking like you're 21 for the rest of your life until, but for obviously you may eventually decide, I do want to move on to the spirit world, because by this stage, if you've lived a long time, you're probably aware there's a spirit world, and so you probably want to move on to it. And so you would allow your body to slowly decay and pass or whatever. But for the majority of people, we've got large levels of fear about dealing with our feelings, large levels of addiction to deny our feelings, and then on top of that, because of those things, from the time we're 21 years old, we're dying. That's just how fast you die now. Now, historically, so during ages like sort of 50,000 years ago or so, by the time people were 35, they would be dead because of all the injuries in the soul and so forth, the inability there's no medicine. So oftentimes, there's times in history where people lasted, on the average till they were 30, 35, and then they passed from old age. Yeah. Nowadays, of course, we can extend life a lot by doing a lot of things. Comforts we have that mean there's less wear and tear on the body. We also often enter quite strong addictive relationships. There's more people on earth who can meet our addictions than there has been in the past. And of course, there's the growing need for technology to meet your addictions as well. And all of these things can add to your lifespan, but only in addiction, and certainly doesn't add to your value of life or your, it being a good life, or a life without pain. We learn to tolerate large levels of pain, and the more desensitised we become, the more we're prepared to tolerate large levels of pain. Yeah. So an example of that is most of you ladies buy clothes that are uncomfortable.
Can you repeat that?
Most women buy clothes that are uncomfortable. Now, why do you do that? It's because you're desensitised to your own comfort. Because you wouldn't do that otherwise.
In order to meet another addiction.
In order to meet a different addiction. What's the other addiction you're trying to meet? You want to look nice. So you think that you can't get clothes that look nice and are comfortable. And when I look around, Mary and I have gone shopping for our trip away because we haven't shopped for about 10 years or whatever, so we had to go and get some clothes. But when we look at what's there, most of it is one or the other. It's either comfortable, but looks terrible, or it looks great, but it's actually very uncomfortable. Isn't that what G-strings are, like, for example?
Midriffs, yeah.
Yeah, so there's a very common thing in most women to detune from their body's comfort, right? Now, men are less prone to this, but men are prone to, they want to fit in with all other men. So how do they do that? With their clothes, they buy all the same colour. That's what they do. So, men buy clothes that are brown, black, blue, grey. For the most part, that's it. Right? If you look at the men here at the moment, it's like, Rob, is it...
Navy blue.
Yeah.
Khaki brown. Nikki. Beige and black. Aaron, black.
In every single Connie, there's no colour.
Ulf, beige.
There's no colour. You're all shades of brown or grey.
Tris has mixed it up a bit with
Tris has some colour, right? So Tris is, because he doesn't have the injury, because I basically don't have it either. Yeah, there's different injuries, but he's okay not fitting in, right? In terms of how things look, but the majority of men are looking for approval from other men, from their dads in particular. So they're in a competition with other men. So the way it's ironic, you're in a competition with other men physically. So you go and play violent extreme sports, for example. But on the other hand, when it comes to standing out in the crowd, you don't want to. Right? So you buy all this nondescript clothing, so you don't stand out. Rob.
Men can buy outrageous underwear. That's the only thing you can see.
Yeah. Well, obviously you're not seeing it. There's only a few people that are seeing it.
Hidden, yes.
Yeah, so, I found one supplier to buy some shirts, because I've got old shirts and I decided I need new shirts for our trip. And I've bought shirts for like probably 12 years or something. So I thought, all that money I saved up for 12 years not getting anything, and I've spent on getting some nice colourful shirts, and you'll see them as time goes on, but they're really beautiful, soft linen, very expensive shirts. I normally wouldn't spend that amount on them, but because I've saved up money over time to do it, really nice feel to them, but really colourful, and they're just really nice shirts. And but the average guy wouldn't do that, and particularly in a business sense. What do they do? They suit. And what are the colours of the suit? Brown, black, grey, blue. Same colours. And it's interesting that the average woman thinks the man looks good in a suit. Which is interesting too. So women don't want their men to stand out because they want to stand out. Do you understand that? Yeah. The average woman wants to look better than her husband does. Why is that? Because you worry about other men, other women latching onto your husband, right? So there's all sorts of insecurities that come in through the way we purchase clothes, and so a lot of the things that are happening on Earth now, like it's very hard. I don't know if you've tried, but it's very hard to find colourful clothes if you're a man. Very hard, and to find them that are good quality and the same kind of price as what women are paying for clothes. Very hard and comfortable and everything. And the reason why is because of these underlying emotional injuries that we carry that we don't even think anything of, and we think it's just normal. We have no awareness. And because we have no awareness, eventually our problems start exhibiting themselves physically. That has to happen. Because if there's no awareness emotionally, there's no sensitivity emotionally. So an example of that is most women start wearing comfortable clothes in their 50s or 60s. They generally don't do it before then. And I know some women who are still in their 70s not wearing anything comfortable because of the injury. But why does it have to be that comfortable clothes don't look good? That's weird too, isn't it? Obviously, there's a lot of reasons why we make the decisions we make collectively, and most of us don't understand them. And this eventually, that definitely applies when it comes to our physical health and welfare. Ivana?
And then you've got all of the women's shapewear that suck you in like really tight, and like I have bought some of that before, and it makes my organs hurt. I just don't know how women wear it on a regular basis. So.
Well, you think historically in the 18th century, 17th century, if you were well off, you would buy corsets and things like that, you know, and strap them in tight to the point where you could barely breathe, have all the breasts trying to pop out as well, because it's all about being attractive to the man. A lot of women's clothing is just about that. It's not about anything else. And because back then too, a lot of men bought the clothing, they paid the bills. They wouldn't have allowed the women to buy something that didn't look good for many of them, because they want them to look good. So it's just a very strange thing we do when it comes to our day-to-day life with regard to how insensitive we are to our own discomfort, our own pain and suffering and so forth.
And also, at weddings, like the men wear suits like black and white, and
like penguin suits,
and the women wear like very beautiful but very uncomfortable dresses.
Yeah, and all white.
Yeah.
So there's a whole thing about purity there, isn't there? And it's really quite strange. But it is strange, isn't it? It's like, you know, when if you have a wedding where somebody wears some colour and it happens to be the woman, the average people go, "Oh, she's not wearing white. What's going on?" As if what you wear makes you pure, or what you wear. So it's a lot about giving the illusion of things too, and so whole society is a lot like that, providing the illusion. This is why things like Facebook took off and are now multi-billion-dollar companies, because it's all about providing the illusion, and people were desperate for it. Got to have 100 friends. You know, I remember getting interviewed by one guy in the UK, and he was basically getting into me about the fact that nobody listens to me, and saying, you know, he was saying, you know, I have 500,000 followers, so whatever I say must be more valid than whatever he says must be more valid than what I said. And he doesn't realise, obviously, that all he's doing is feeding more addictions. Sandra?
I have a very different question.
Yeah, just with the mic, just watch the police.
I feel you guys are going away.
Yep.
And I feel for like being addicted to being here, to have a relationship with God. Like I'm my own inspiration, it feels like. And I feel like we're wasting
wasting time talking about illnesses.
Well, we could be talking about God and how do we maintain a relationship with God while we're away.
Let's look at what interferes with your relationship with God. If you look at what interferes with your relationship with God the most, isn't it your addictions? They are also the thing that cause most of your illnesses. So everything is quite related when it comes to your spiritual progress. Most people don't realise, one of the reasons why I answer people's questions about physical matters, is because there's a deep relationship between the physical matter and the love issue. There's a deep relationship between those two things. And so it's important to trace everything back to there being a love issue. And when it comes to our relationship with God, of course, if we're focused on our relationship with God, we'll sort out all issues. But if we're only focused on our relationship with people, we won't sort out our issues, because other people will want us to be in addiction with them. And remember last week, Paul asked the question, I think it was last week or the week before. Last week I think it was, where Paul said, what are the most important things to focus on? And he was trying to tell me, remember, that love of people he was surprised that love of people wasn't my first thing. And you can see the danger of just sort of ignoring God and just attempting to love people. If you ignore God in the process of loving people, then eventually what you're going to do is just feed what people want. Now the problem is, what people want is not what they need. It's frequently addictions is what they want, which is not what they need. What they need is to be free of them. Right? So if you focus your relationship on God first, now there's a chance that you'll be able to sort out everything, not only yourself, but also all the problems with your relationship and all those kind of things. Now remember, Ivana raised the issue, well, what happens if you don't have a relationship, you don't feel God exists? Well, of course, that's a huge issue to resolve. Now, it's interesting because a lot of conversations in the past we've had where, we've met with groups of people start asking me questions about all sorts of, you could say, physical and emotional and spiritual matters. And I'm perfectly happy to answer those questions if that's the desire of the group, to answer those questions. But my desire is for every group that we ever talk to start understanding that actually none of the questions that you're asking are really valid if you don't consider the very primary question, which is, does God exist? Is a relationship with God possible? And how do I achieve that? Right? If God doesn't exist, there is little point in discussing a relationship with God or whether a relationship with God is possible. Isn't that true? Mm-hmm. If God doesn't exist, then the second two things are not possible, right? But if God does exist, you can see that fundamentally there's some basic, if it is true that God exists, there's some very fundamental problems questions we need to start asking ourselves about that. And those questions, and as we proceed with those questions, what I found in the first century for myself was that as I proceeded along the lines of that questioning, once I established that God did exist, it helped me greatly in my personal life in all other aspects of my life. And this is why I said, seek first the kingdom and all these other things will be added to you. Right? It's a statement that if you read the Bible, you'll see it was in the Bible. Seek first the kingdom and all these other things will be understood eventually. All these other things will be given to you. The knowledge of these things will be given to you. What I see many people doing is they're not seeking first their relationship with God, right? And I see it happening a lot with people with relationships. So in other words, with myself and Mary, we could seek first our relationship. That could be a choice we could make, isn't it? So that we stay together for as long as possible. because I love her and she loves me, or we think we do, and so we want to stay together, and we're happy so we're happy to work on anything that keeps us together. Now, most people are not even willing to do that, by the way. Like, many of you are not even willing to do that. Like, you're happy for there to be friction and conflict between both of you, and for the most part, what you do is you ignore it. You're happy for it to be there. When I say happy, you're happy to not deal with it. Right? Now, that's not the approach I take, because I know anything that's undealt with in a relationship is going to come back and bite you in the relationship at some point. So let's say I'm treating Mary badly. Let's say I just, like, we both work, and let's say we both work at even times, but Mary's the one who comes home and cleans the house. Right? Just a simple thing like that. Now, that's a big emotional and spiritual problem that I have, actually. A huge one. Because it demonstrates a lack of love, a lack of personal responsibility, and a number of other problems that I have. And if Mary doesn't say anything about it, and she sort of just goes, well, that's my lot in life, I'm a woman, and I've been taught the good woman does this, and this is me being a good wife, and if she accepts that bad construct in her own mind and her own feelings, and she continues to do it, what's going to happen between us is that the problem will fester to the point where it may even break us up in the future. And this is why many people, when they look at a breakup, they start listing all the things that were done wrong for 25 years. Not what was done wrong last week, but all the things that were done wrong for 25 years that they tolerated, and now what happened last week was just the last straw that broke the camel's back, the camel being the relationship. And the net result of that is that we're storing all of this stuff up, and we're unwilling to deal with it for years and years and years and years. Firstly, we're unwilling to deal with our own thing, and we can easily see that we're unwilling to deal with our own thing because as we get older, we get sicker. We get more infirm. We have more accidents. We have more sicknesses generally. We have more difficulties moving around. So that is indicative of the fact that we're not dealing with our own stuff. And then on top of that, anything related to the relationship with the person I say I love, but obviously don't love enough to deal with my own stuff, right? And so the relationship also potentially breaks down, and this is why you see people usually who are in their later years, you see very poor but tolerant, they tolerate each other, and basically fundamentally many of them live almost separate lives, right? But they're still married. We've been married for 50 years. My mum and dad have been married. My mum was married when she was 16, and she's now 70. Well, I think she's now 77. So what's that?
52.
50, 77 take 15, 52 years. So they have their 50-year anniversary, and every go, isn't it amazing? My mum and dad can barely stand each other. But they do care for each other, like dad looks after mum when she's sick, and mum looks after dad when he's sick, and they think they do things together, they travel together, there's all sorts of things together, but there's not a lot of closeness there. But that's the fundamental, and they are an example of a good marriage. And this shows us how desensitized we become to any emotional pain, and how and naturally, if we're desensitized to emotional pain, we have to, at some point, when the body starts exhibiting physical pain, we are also going to be highly likely desirous of being desensitized to that as well. Which is also the reason why drug companies make a lot of profits on the planet. Right? Because we want desensitization. We're happy for them to create desensitization. When we get depressed, which is really anger, instead of feeling it, we'd rather take a pill. We would. We'd rather not work through the depression. We'd rather take a pill. Now, I've got no problem with a person desiring to take a pill if that's what they choose to do with their life, understanding what the results are. It's not something I would do. But if you think about it, taking the pill, rather than dealing with it, is a lot easier, isn't it? It's seemingly on the outside, taking a pill once a day is a lot easier than dealing with a problem. That's what the average person on earth thinks. This is what many of you still think, that doing something to avoid the problem is easier than dealing with the problem. But economy, the principles of economy state that if you don't deal with a problem, it just gets worse. Right? So, if you were truly interested in economy, you would deal with problems, emotional ones, right? Because they become the source of your other problems. So you deal with them, right? But the average person does not want to, for all sorts of reasons. And so we do need to have discussions about the reasons why you don't want to deal with emotions, the reasons why you want addictions. These discussions are important for your relationship with God because they prevent your relationship with God. Not only do they do that, but they also make your life very uneconomical. You know, you put an effort into something and it's not going to turn out very well because there's a whole heap of reasons why you don't really want it to go well. Right, so you sort of work, the lack, most of us don't realise that the lack of economy is also in the fact that we have a lot of emotions that are opposite to what we think we think. Right? And so we often undermine even what we've chosen as a course of action in our life because the emotions are undermining that course of action, and we have no idea that's happening because we're completely insensitive emotionally. And this is why when I read the Bible when I was in the first century, and I read, you know, I've obviously read the Bible quite a lot of times, obviously, because it's purports to be based upon half of it purports to be based upon my life, and the second part, the first half of it, is what I grew up with in the first century, right? And I was educated by the priest, you could say, by not in this, not in the Sanhedrin or anything, but I was educated by just people that we went along to our local synagogue and was educated by those people. And in the process of that education, and you start reading what it contains, you start realising there's all these little hints everywhere about what human problems, where human problems begin. And one of the hints is contained in the book of Jeremiah in the Old Testament. It says that the heart of the stone must be turned into a heart of flesh. And I'm looking at that verse, and I'm very young, and looking at that verse going, yeah, I can see, like my parents are like, my father, heart of stone. He had a heart of stone. There was no sensitivity. By the time I was 30 in this life, I had a heart of stone, really. And I go, well, there's one of the biggest problems. God wants to soften us up so we become more sensitive. So the more sensitive we are emotionally, the more rapidly we'll deal with problems. Can you see that? Like if you could feel there was a problem and you could feel it and it hurt, wouldn't it make sense then to deal with it? So the more sensitive we are emotionally, the more rapidly we're going to deal with problems. So when I look at a verse like that, I'm going, not only is God willing to gift us his love to soften us, but he also wants to do it so that we become more sensitive, more emotionally sensitive, more spiritually sensitive to what's going on around us. So one of the things that we wanted to talk about today a little was spirit influence and stuff like that. And you know, it's one of the things we want to get onto in a minute. We'll get onto that subject.
It's sort of interesting that we've both come with the intention last week and this week to talk about negative spirit influence with you guys. Yeah. But each week it keeps getting shifted to something else. And the main reason why even that happens is because most of you do not want to know what's happening around you. You do not want to know. And of course, for that reason, you are clueless. And of course, because you're clueless, there's all these negative influences that are going on in your life, and you got no idea that they're happening. Therefore, you don't know what to do with them or do about them,
therefore they're going to continue. So can you see it's the same problem? The problem is if you had sensitivity, you'd be going, oh, I can feel I'm getting influenced or pushed in this direction, and I'm getting influenced and pushed in that direction. And particularly if you had some moral sensitivity, do you know what I mean by moral sensitivity? Where you're sensitive to what God's truth actually is. If you had any of that, you'd be going, I can feel this influence is out of harmony with that. The influence I'm getting here is out of harmony with being focused on God's truth. So many of you believe that you have been listening to divine truth for a while, and you think you understand it, and you know, like what I feel is you know nothing of it, right? And often the more arrogant you are, the less you know. because there's a huge amount of desensitization that's occurred, and you're not aware of how insensitive you've become. Right? And then as a result of that, the insensitivity means you're now insensitive to your feelings, you're insensitive to other people's feelings, you're insensitive to God's feelings, you're insensitive to what God feels the truth is, and then on top of that, you're insensitive to all the spirit influence that's around you. And while you remain so insensitive, and on top of that, very sensitive about your addictions not getting met, it is now so easy to influence you. So easy. It's just like, I often think of it like, you imagine there's this steep hill and there's the car stopped at the top of the hill, and all you got to do is just push it with your finger. It's so finely balanced, you can just push it with your finger and it's going to go off the cliff because of the hill, and the slope. If there's enough push to overcome the resistance to the momentum, then it's just going to keep rolling and speed up and speed up and speed up until it's an out of control thing, right? That's what you are. You're many of us on earth are like on a precipice of balance. And it won't take much, just a tiny little push like that, and you're off the cliff by this stage. And when I say off the cliff, you're off the cliff where you've broken the law, God's law, to your own detriment and the detriment of others. You've sinned. And it just takes a little tiny nudge. A little tiny nudge. And most of you are getting these little tiny nudges like every 2 seconds or 5 minutes or whatever in the course of a day, and you don't realise just getting these little nudges taking you further away from God, further away from truth. And it doesn't take much to just nudge you, like just little things. Right? You go to a restaurant and they don't give you what you want. You ordered cake and you got ice cream or something. That's all it takes for most people to get unloving in the Western Hemisphere. Hardly anything at all. It doesn't take much, and we're instantly unloving. It's like, now the kind of spirits that are around, divine truth getting started on earth, they're more intent than giving you just a little nudge. They're not just going to give you a little nudge. These spirits are going to go, no, you're going that direction, I'm pushing you. And if you've got no moral sensitivity, you're just going to go in the direction they want. And many of you do. I notice many of you do it. So what are you going to do about that? The way to fix that is to become more sensitive. And the way to become more sensitive the fastest is to receive God's love.
Because it makes you not only more sensitive to your emotions and the spirit's emotions, but also that moral sensitivity is developed. You need that as well.
It's a sensitivity to what's right and wrong.
Yes, because some people are very in touch with their negative spirit influence. They go, I just felt that I should do it. My guides told me. And it's negative influence. Yeah. Just wondering if we might have...
It'll be great. Sorry?
Did you turn that? I didn't.
The recording?
Yeah.
If I would be having a friend or my partner or someone that is in the physical world to try to influence me, would I be would I have the same sensitivity as I would have from a spirit?
Yeah, you would. In fact, more, because you can see them. You know, obviously, to feel how a spirit is influencing you, you have to be sensitive enough to feeling things you can't see. Right? But in terms of person on earth, it's really easy. There's a lot of science, isn't there, with regard to what they're trying or attempting to do, that you can see through their actions and their course of behaviour and how they interact with other people and so forth. And you can see it all happening. Many of us cover over, of course, but you can't cover over everything because you have to interact with other people in the world. So yes, you end up, if you're really sensitive, you can actually feel the inclination of the person, not just what they do, but why they chose to do it or what they're going to do, what their intention is to do. Right? Now, as you can be aware, if you have that information at your disposal, it now makes your life very easy. It's very easy to make different decisions and choices, isn't it? Particularly if you want to make moral ones, you can make different decisions and choices based on the knowledge you have. Majority of us don't want to know anything that's going on around us for the most part. We don't. And this is why the majority of you don't know what's going on around you spiritually, because you just don't want to know. You don't want to know how dark it is at times, how malicious it is at times, how a lot of the things that you think are good about your life somebody else is actually doing for you. You don't want to know. You know, you don't want to see how these things. You don't want to acknowledge when you're being held positive because you want to believe it's all you. And you don't want to acknowledge when you are making decisions that are negative and you want to believe it's all somebody else's fault. Right? So there's a whole heap of things we don't want to know. Now, the more sensitive you become, you not only become sensitive to what's actually observing what's going on physically, but now you're also sensitive to what's going on sexually, what's going on emotionally, what's going on spiritually, what's going on with the beliefs and intentions of the person, why those beliefs and intentions are along a certain vein. And the more sensitive you become, the more you don't need to see the person. Right? You need to meet them. And when I say meet them, you need to generally meet the person either in spirit or on earth in order to start to know what's going on. In other words, I don't know what's going on with any of the people I haven't met. I can feel a collective thing of what's going on, but I can't feel the specifics of what's going on. But as soon as I meet them, I can. So when people email me, there's people who email me from overseas say, you should know, if you were Jesus, you would know, what I'm feeling and thinking. And I'm going, well, I've never met you. How, I can't even feel the personality and nature of the individual enough to know who it is yet. So how am I going to know anything else after that? Once I meet you, yes, that is true. But if I haven't met you, then it's impossible, really, because I haven't met you yet, right?
A spirit would have to meet them and tell you.
Yes.
That's how mediums
do their work. Yeah. The spirit goes there and checks out Corny and says, this is what he's got, this is what's going on, this is what he did, and then comes and tells somebody. And that's how other people get to know. I don't do that. I don't rely on any spirit to tell me anything about somebody else. I firstly rely on my own relationship with God and my assessment based on what's going on morally from that relationship. That's how I assess things. Right? So quite often spirits will come to me and say one thing and I go, well, that's not entirely what I feel. What I feel is this other thing going on. And then we talk about that, and then often that turns out to be true. But it's about developing the sensitivity between you and God. Now, God's connected to all people. So if you're sensitive to God, eventually, if you're really interested in another person, God can share things about them with you. And God's okay doing that. God, if you're really interested in helping others, if you're interested in harming them, God doesn't want to have a bar of you, right? But if you're interested in helping them, so if you're interested in meeting their addictions, that's harming them, right? God doesn't want to share that with you. He wants to share no knowledge with you on that regard. But if you're interested in helping them and helping them grow towards God, then God will tell you as much as you need to know to help the person do that, right? So again, it gets down to intention and desire and passion and longing on your part, in whether that's sincere, as to whether God can communicate. But it's a lot better, if God exists, of course, this all dependent on, right? But it's a lot better to be able to hear God on the matter than anybody else on the matter. And if you're sensitive to that, then things can progress rapidly. This is why I'm encouraging you first to pray for God's love. And also, while I'm also saying these are the things that are stopping you from receiving it. These things are stopping you. Lauren, if we have the mic over.
I feel like I have experienced just a complete not wanting to know about spirits. I can absolutely acknowledge that.
Yeah.
I also am wondering how for my heart beating. I feel like I get a little bit a lot overwhelmed on how to actually deal with it, because I feel like it's almost like I just feel this barrage of like, it's like I'll be clear and then all of a sudden, even driving here, it was just this intense overwhelm of noise, and it's like it makes my vision blurry and my head foggy, and it's just completely and entirely overwhelming. And
this is one reason why there's not a lot of people listening to Divine Truth at the moment, because every time somebody tries to, they get this barrage of stuff coming from spirits who are trying to prevent the growth of God's truth on earth. And so the person goes, well, this is how bad it is, even thinking about visiting Jesus and Mary for a day or so, then why would I want to do that? I would rather comfort. I would rather back off, So this is the kind of pressure that many people get under when they're presented with the opportunity to hear God's truth. The question becomes, well, why does that happen? And why can't I prevent it? Well, obviously, God's perfectly happy for you to prevent it, if that's what you could do, but how do I prevent it? So the question then becomes, well, how are these spirits having an influence? And by what mechanisms can they manipulate in you to get you to the state where even your own sight goes blurry, rather than, and you get headaches and all sorts of other problems, all physical symptoms, just contemplating to listen to Divine Truth for a day, And there are so many people in this state where, they come for a day, they get hammered by these quite dark influences, and then they go, well, the atmosphere around that Jesus and Mary is very dark, and so we can't see them anymore. And I've said many times, of course the atmosphere around us is very dark. There's a lot of spirits in the spirit world who don't want us to do what we're doing. And so naturally the atmosphere is going to be dark for a while until these spirits realise they have very little power to stop it. But at the moment they feel they have plenty of power to stop it. All they've got to do is just hammer a person for a bit, and the average person will go, wow, this is sort of too hard now, Now, in the case of some of you, you can start to feel your persistence in wanting to know more build, and then you get hammered more. And then you get to a stage where you're going to have a breakthrough, emotionally, where you have a sensitivity breakthrough, and you'll be able to feel the emotions that are causing the openness to their hammering, if you like. And once that happens, then things you'll feel completely different after that. You won't, so I feel a lot, I can feel all of the things going on around me, but I don't respond to it very much. There's occasions where I do, but it's fairly rare, and most of the time it's only if I am trying to deny an emotion within myself. That's the only time it happens.
In fact, it's not really the atmosphere around you, it's really around the individual. So spirits can see where there's openings in individuals, and they're different with different people, and they just start working on those openings. So eventually, if say everyone in this room reached a certain point in humility, then it'd be completely different atmosphere, because there would be no openings for spirits to come and sort of prey on. Yeah.
So the answer is to, okay, what emotionally is causing the opening? Now, I understand that you might want to close it all down, which is what you've done in your life, because if I close it all down, then I can sort of just ignore it all and get on with my life. So this is how the average person lives. The average person tries to become less sensitive to what's going on around them. The net result of that is, though, you're also less sensitive to your husband, you're less sensitive to your children, you're less sensitive to your friends, you're less sensitive. You don't know what's going on with any of them, because the senses you need to detune from in order to detune from the spirits that are around you are, unfortunately, the exact same senses that you need to have relationships with people on earth. And so in the end, the net result is that we detune more and more from those relationships as well, not understanding, not seeing, and we start interacting with everybody on a very physical level. So based upon what they do and what they say, rather than what they feel. We don't. In fact, the majority of person will say to you, "But I didn't say that. I said this." But I don't go. But that's not what you feel. What you feel is this other thing. And if a person's honest, they'll often admit that. But very rarely are they honest. So they're even trying to tell themselves they don't feel things. And they're trying. And in the end, we're getting to the stage on Earth where everybody is interacting on this very physical level, just basically looking at behaviour and action,
words,
but no acknowledgement of the underlying feelings driving it. So an example of that is, I've got this really friendly man and he's really friendly with me, but actually he's sexually predatory. But you think he's friendly, right? And you can't feel he's sexually a predator because you've detuned from all of the senses that would tell you that. And so you end up going, and then he says, I'm a friendly man and I want to help you. And, he acts like he's a friendly man and just wants to help you. And you go, well, that's what I'm going to trust, because I can't trust anything else. I don't want the other senses of my soul. Remember last week we talked about, and you weren't here, Lauren, but last week we talked about the soul has its own senses that get developed as you receive God's love. And those senses, for the most part, on earth, the average person is completely dead with those senses. It's like they don't exist in them anymore. And those senses, which we need to actually be fully protected, to be fully engaged in life, to be fully desirous, to be, to even have a full relationship, we've detuned from so much that now everything we do is just dependent upon the action and the words. And that's it. And so that's all we're assessing. And so what I notice for many of you, and particularly most of the men, is that when I say, oh, this is actually what is going on, you can look at me like I'm an idiot and strange, because you think it's completely different because it's not what the person said. It's not how they behave towards you. And so you don't feel what's going on. You don't feel it at the soul level. It's impossible to feel it when you're desensitized. Now, obviously, if we're going to solve our problems with spirits, we are going to have to be more sensitive. But the trouble is, at the beginning, the more you become more sensitive, the more you realise how dark it is around you, and it becomes a bit scary. And then it also becomes, well, how do I deal with that? And you start getting afraid and start getting worried. And when you start getting afraid and worried, then what you start doing is go, maybe the better course of action is to just go back to being numb again. But actually, the spirits around you, particularly, those that are dark, spirits around you, want you to be numb. It's only the bright spirits who want you to be open. The dark spirits want you to be numb. They want you to be emotionally desensitized, because that's when they can influence you the most.
Yeah, and I feel like even when I switch off even more, it's like I actually just feel even more darkness and more fear. It's like I feel more of that than...
Because you're enabling it more
Yeah.
by saying, I'm not going to feel, I don't want to know, I don't want to know. You actually open yourself more and more.
It's like I'm choosing.
And they're like, oh, there's more opening. And
they feel encouragement. You're actually gifting them power over you by doing that. And so they feel encouraged by that. A person generally who feels encouraged by their action will continue it, and often continue it even more strongly, won't they? So if a bully feels encouraged, does he back off after he's encouraged? No, he will bully you more, you know. And remember that many our dark spirit friends, you know, that are our brothers and sisters that are injured but also quite evil at times, they feel like a bully. They want to do damage, and it's only those that have grown in love that want to do different. The interesting thing, though, is the more we detune with our sensitivity, the less we feel the people who are more sensitive. And our spirit friends who are loving are more sensitive. That's how they became more loving, actually. They became more loving by becoming more sensitive. Right? They became more loving as a result of being sensitive to what was unloving, and then changing their desires and goals and behaviour based on what they were sensitive to. That makes sense to you? Right?
Yeah. I'm just wondering as well, would I also need to look at the emotional reasons as to why I'm wanting to avoid...
Yeah, of course. Yeah. But that is also about you not wanting to be sensitive to your own feelings.
Yeah.
Can you see that? It's sort of like, how do I open up to become aware? Well, I have actually got to be... The problem is if I open up emotionally and become more sensitive emotionally, I'm going to be more sensitive to my own problems. I'm going to be more sensitive to the problems of others. I'm going to be more sensitive to love, but I'm also going to be more sensitive to hate. I'll be more sensitive to truth, but I'll also be more sensitive to lies, right? And so forth. So the majority of persons go, wow, if I'm more sensitive, there's all this extra information coming at me. Like, how am I going to deal with that? How am I going to cope with that? And for the most part, most of us don't want to go through the emotions that will eventually result in us coping, not just coping, but thriving, actually, even in an environment that's unloving. Most of us don't want to go through the emotions. We instead want to go, well, if I'm going to become more sensitive to God, that also means that I'm going to become more sensitive to my husband and my children and my own feelings, and also more sensitive to wicked spirits, but also more sensitive to, you know, bright spirits, and it's all going to get pretty full on out there, you know. And for most of us, we go, well, how much can I handle? Is a feeling we have, and the reality is God wants you to be able to handle everything. But the average person says, well, how much can I handle? I don't know if I can handle that much. So I will control how sensitive I become. Now, in doing that, you're controlling how much love you're going to receive from God as well, naturally. And how much love you're going to receive from your partner and your children and your friends, and even how much love you're going to have for yourself. You're going to have to control that as well. So the lack of emotional sensitivity, the lack of spiritual sensitivity, sexual sensitivity, and physical sensitivity. So you can see every one of the major core aspects of our life, the more desensitized we become, the more there's going to be problems in every one of those areas of my life. So if I become even just physically desensitized, I won't recognise when I hurt myself. And I've seen people have big blisters and they don't see them for days. You know, why is that? Because it's just they're so desensitized to their physical body now that they can't even notice that it's in pain, even though if they tuned in they'd be able to feel it, but they don't notice it. And then you go, well, what about sexually? Well, there's so many things going on in the planet sexually, isn't there, that are out of harmony with love, that's quite obvious out of harmony with love, and yet the average person is very detuned from it. So they have an interaction with the opposite gender. Very rarely is it based on a friendship or a loving interaction. For the most part, it's like based on addiction at the minimum, and then it gets really downright sexually sleazy for the most part, you know what I mean? And that's how it is for most people, and particularly if the person's viewed as if they're attractive. So then it's like full on. And the same applies emotionally and spiritually. We have all these issues and problems that result from that. So the goal is to become emotionally sensitive and spiritually sensitive and sexually sensitive and physically sensitive. But you can see the majority of us don't want sensitivity in any of those areas of our life, right? And as a result, we become more and more numb, but also more and more easily controlled. Because our fear now is governing our life. Our fear of being sensitive, our fear of knowing what's going on governs our life. So when you see this in world events and everything, where big world events happen, the average person buries their head in the sand. Like there are huge world events have happened, you know, historically, where the average person that are maybe not what you'd classify as a conspiracy, because a lot of events just occur because of addictions. They're not. It's very hard for large groups of dark spirits to conspire because they all disagree with each other. So most of the time it happens just through addictions. But the average person on earth goes completely numb to all of the influences and all of the darkness that's there because they want to believe everything's better. You know, we want to live in an illusion. Because while I'm in an illusion, I don't have to feel about any of it. Yeah? Makes sense? Okay, so Sulish?
I think you're on mute.
Am I on mute?
There's no sound coming up from you.
Damn it, I've been on mute that entire time.
Babe, I just had a feeling. That's why before I was like, they're recording, there's something wrong.
Well, none of you heard any of that.
The whole since we started, I had a feeling there's something wrong.
Yeah. Okay.
No.
So all of that got lost in the recording.
That's why I'm like, we need to stop. There's something happening.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let's have a break and have a wee, and then we can continue. But that wasn't the real discussion we were going to have with you anyway, but we will talk about this. Yeah. G'day. Okay, I am now amplified. So all of you missed out on that discussion, except for those of you who
except the
recorded.
phones. You're welcome to have a phone recording, it's not going to go well, but you know.
Might also got coronaries as well. But just like a small amount.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's not very good. Yeah. I've listened to it before when it's just on there, and it's not good. Yeah.
And there was a bit there at the end where I muted myself to blow my nose, so that.
Yeah. Okay. Hopefully we don't do those podcasts when we're away. So, yes. Em, would you like to?
Yes, I would like to. I think. So, I'm also affected by spirit influence a lot.
Yeah, I agree.
Really sensitive to some of it, but not all of it.
I agree.
I've been I feel the sexual manipulation when spirits are trying to direct me sexually.
Yeah.
I've felt men spirits influencing me more than women spirits.
Yeah.
I've had some law of attraction events where I've attracted people who are physical, so I can see that they're angry, but I can't feel their anger.
Yeah.
And I wondered why. Yeah.
Can we say firstly, God's trying to help everybody with this, not just his children that are aware of him, that God's trying to help every child on earth about spirits, about the fact that they're real, they're people who have lived on earth prior to our time. And God's trying to help you become aware that that is the case, that they exist and they're real and all of those kind of things. And he's trying to do that with everybody, not just with you, right? Because God loves all of his children. He's trying to help you and every one of his children any way he possibly can. So that is the first thing that needs to be said. God's not just leaving you to your own devices to handle things. But most people on earth are not aware that the main things that allow the influence are their own addictions and their own lack of moral fortitude, their own lack of moral direction. So if you examine those two things, your addictions and the lack of moral direction that comes from your addictions, you can see that whenever you have an addiction, you are morally compromised from God's perspective. So every moral compromise is going to cause there to be an opening to an influence of some kind. Now, many of our moral compromises begin in our childhood, where we're taught by dad or mum or both, most of the time both, and also taught by our experiences outside of the family as well, like at school and those kind of things. We're taught that moral compromise earns you specific things. So an example of that is, if I lie or at least withhold the truth, then I don't have to own up to certain things that have happened. If I allow people to believe things that are false, then I don't have to, have an argument with them about what is true, right? So I get to avoid argumentation, or I get to avoid reason. So a lot of people like that. So they don't do that either. And they're just a couple of small examples, but they're moral compromises. We also have moral compromises that develop during our formative years, after we're a teenager usually, as we sexually develop. There's a lot of moral compromises that come into our life there during our sexual development, because we're willing to sacrifice certain things to get sexual feelings. And we're willing to sacrifice certain truths and to sacrifice love to get sexual feelings. So we compromise there as well. And remember, every time we compromise, we are in a spiritual problem. We have a spiritual problem. The spiritual problem being that we're moving further and further away from love. So that's the spiritual problem. So every moral compromise, we are moving further away from love. And so the more we morally compromise, the further away from love we become. Now, if you consider that is going on all the time, this is now something that every person on earth experiences most of the time during those years of their life. By the time we've hit our 20s, we're full of moral compromise. We're full of moral compromise in lots of areas of our life too. We will compromise emotionally all the time. Very rare to find a person who does not compromise emotionally on earth. We also compromise sexually all the time. It's very rare again to find a person who does not compromise sexually in one way or the other. And then, unbeknownst to us, we're also compromising on a lot of spiritual things, which, remember we said last week, are the source of all of our problems. Remember, every time we're out of harmony spiritually, in other words, we're out of harmony with love, that becomes the source of all other problems. And we're compromising spiritually all the time. So when I say compromising spiritually, we're compromising on issues of faith, truth, humility, and love all the time. The majority of persons on earth are doing that all the time. And then, of course, there's other qualities which are also spiritual qualities, such as integrity, sincerity, honesty, openness, transparency, all these other beautiful qualities that God sees are beautiful. But the earth doesn't see them as beautiful. In fact, the earth sees them as very risky and dangerous for the most part. And so we've learnt to compromise all of them as well.
So when it comes to things like kindness, we compromise there a lot. When it comes to compassion, we compromise there a lot. You know, there's all these beautiful qualities we could be developing, but we are full of compromise on all of those spiritual qualities. And of course, everywhere we compromise a spiritual quality, we're also going to compromise sexually, emotionally, and physically at some point because of it. So now that we have this lack of moral direction, if we can call it that, it is very, very easy now to just press buttons. Somebody around you can just press buttons. And when I say press buttons, I've just got to make a suggestion. Like, a good one is, like, sometimes you see a group of men or women get together and they're talking about the opposite gender. Oh, he's hot. Or, oh, she's real hot, you know. Straight away, moral compromise. There's a moral compromise there. There's a sexual projection at the person by a group of people. That's a moral compromise. Just by saying they're hot, that means that internally you're not connected to who your soulmate is or to your own sexual expression. And yet these are treated as if they're very innocent things. Like minor, or not even a problem. Not even a problem. I just got a drink. Sorry for that. So, what we now start also thinking that any moral compromise is actually not even a compromise. It's not even a problem. So we start measuring what we do against, or you could say the severity of our unloving behaviour against what the average person on earth does. So, in other words, what we're doing is we're saying, because everyone on earth does it, it's normal. There's nothing wrong with it. It's only the things that not everyone on earth does that we start feeling is bad. So an example of that was everyone on earth goes to war when they're asked to. So if I go to war, then it's okay. But not everyone on earth murders. So when I murder, that's not okay. You know, the average person in society believes it's not okay. Of course, if you've been brought up where your mum and dad murdered in their life and you saw it, it's unlikely you'll think that it's not okay. You know, so obviously that has a bearing. But for the most part, if everybody on earth does it and sort of accepts it as normal, then basically we think there's nothing wrong with it. But if some people on earth think it's not normal, then naturally we think there's something wrong with it. So that's why most people on earth think there's something wrong with me, because I'm not normal. I have a very strong adherence to moral direction, and the average person on earth thinks that's judgmental, so they think it's bad. Right? So the problem exhibits itself in both directions now, where if you're heading towards a more loving state, you'll get criticised. If you're heading towards a more unloving state, you'll get criticised. And the only time when you're not really very criticised is when you stay pretty much what the average person on earth does. That's the only time really you're not criticised. So we've also learnt to compromise with regard to approval, with regard to acceptance in society, approval. Now, of course, we've done that first with our mum and dad. In other words, what our mum and dad approve of, we now think is normal to a degree. And then what they don't approve of, we start questioning. You know. So if my dad's an atheist, then I'm more likely going to become an atheist. If my dad's a Christian, I'm more likely going to become a Christian. If my dad's a Muslim, I'm more likely going to become a Muslim. Because I am going to do what the moral compromise, which is not to... The moral compromise is don't investigate it for yourself. Just accept what everybody else says is right. That's the compromise. It's actually a moral compromise. It's something God does not want you to do. It's also not good for you to do it, but that's why God doesn't want you to do it. But the average person has done that by the time they're 10. You know, that's why the average person who's been brought up a Muslim stays a Muslim the rest of their life. The average person who's been brought up a Christian stays a Christian for the rest of their life. And if not what they classify as a practicing one, because oftentimes the time and erosion of their ideals and everything, you know, increases over time. But by the time they're in their 60s, they really couldn't care one way or the other, but they still claim to be a Christian or a Muslim because they need to fit into the society in which they've been born into. So there's all these compromises going on. There's religious compromises, there's moral compromises, there's physical compromises, there's sexual compromises, there's all these areas where we're prepared to compromise. In a relationship, you see it all the time. In fact, if you go and get help on a relationship, one of the very first things most psychologists will say to you if they're helping you, or family counsellors, well, you need to learn how to compromise. Isn't it? That is the very, very first thing they say. Because we're taught that compromise is a good thing, right? Which is actually an immoral thought, even. It's an immoral thing to do. Compromise when there's no love in it, or compromise when there's no truth in it. That's an immoral thing to do from God's perspective. So here we are, we're now an adult. So how old are you now, Em?
43.
43. So Emma's 43. And Emma's there going, I've had a whole life where I've been educated into compromise in every single aspect of my life, as long as the compromise of moral truth isn't so extreme that the average person on earth would disagree with it. Right? As long as it's not that bad, I'll do it. Right? So, you know, if you live in a Christian environment, for example, and you contemplate an abortion, you'll get lots of very strong criticism. But if you live in a atheist environment and you contemplate abortion, there will be no criticism at all. In fact, it would be determined to be self-determination on the part of a woman. So that's where, from God's perspective, a woman is contemplating murder, and yet, from the world's perspective, she's actually living in a place of self-determination. A good thing. Right? So that's how extreme the compromises become. They become so extreme that what God feels is wrong and morally corrupt, people on earth feel is good and morally good. That's how compromised everything is. Now, given those circumstances here on earth, so this is sort of eventually getting to answering your question. Given those circumstances on earth, can you see you are primed for influence? Everyone around you is going to have some influence on you, and some of that influence may be positive. And remember, in the 2019 systems, we talked about influence, about positive influence and negative influence, so you can have both. But everyone around you is influencing you, one way or the other. Society is influencing you, advertising is influencing you, your parents are influencing you, your child's influencing you, your history is influencing you, even. All of your imbibed belief systems that are influencing you. And the average person doesn't think about it very much, you know, because it's just like, I just go to work and I go to school and I do this and I do that and I want to have a good relationship and that's all they really think about. You know, I need some food and I need some clothes and I need some shelter. And so that's what I focus my life on. The average person doesn't understand how much they get influence. It's happening all the time, their entire life. So I find it interesting that when we talk about spirit influence, everyone freaks out. What is the main problem with spirit influence as to why we freak out?
We can't see them.
We can't see them. That's the only difference between the influences we're getting on earth and the influence we're getting from the spirit world. The only difference is we can't see them. Aside from that, everything is happening in much the same way as it's already happening on Earth. However, what's happening on Earth we're not very conscious of, we're not very aware of anyway. Does that make sense? Right. So I'm in this state where I'm primed for influence through the history. I morally compromise in almost every aspect of my life somewhere or another. And then add to that the fact that the influence is invisible. Right? Now, what I find interesting is the visible influences you accept with no, hardly any limits whatsoever. The visible influences. You're just doing here, getting pushed here, getting pushed there, getting manipulated here, manipulated there, and it's all just no worries. I'll go along with that. And there's no freak out about it because it meets the addiction we've developed, right? But then when we talk about the spirit influence, everyone starts freaking out, and I'm going, but it's still the same problem. It just meets the addiction you've developed. It's the same thing. So the only real way you can be influenced is by developing an addiction that's out of harmony with truth, with God's truth, which is moral truth, out of harmony with moral truth. You develop the addiction, and now the influence you're primed to receive. And unfortunately, the majority of us are just doing this naturally day to day with every person we meet. And we accept it. And yet when it comes to spirits doing it, we go, oh, they're bad. They're really wrong. They're evil. But how many times do you think of the people around you as bad, wrong and evil when they do it with you? For the most part, you think it's good and wonderful and loving. You understand? Most of our addictions, when somebody meets them, we believe they're doing the good thing. We believe they're wonderful because they met my addiction. So you see it often in relationships where you ask a couple why they're together. Oh, because he makes me feel so good about myself. Well, that's not a good reason to be together. Right? What if you've got a whole list of addictions and he just makes you feel good about them? You've not told me that it's about his character. You haven't told me it's about his personality or his nature. You haven't said that all of, you like his qualities, like any good qualities. It's all just he meets your addiction and you're happy. But this is how most of us are with our relationships on earth. Somebody meets our addictions and we're happy. They don't meet our addictions and we are angry, in an uproar. We're upset. We feel they're doing the wrong thing. We feel they're being so unloving to us. Terrible. Got to leave that person. What's he doing? He's not caring for my addictions anymore. He doesn't care for me anymore. Is the natural extension. See, when somebody on earth doesn't meet my addictions, the average person on earth goes, they don't care for me. Right? And this is one reason why we don't have a relationship with God for the most part, because when God doesn't meet our addictions, we think God doesn't care. No, and actually he cares a lot. That's why he's not meeting our addictions. But we think the opposite way completely. We think a person who meets our addictions loves us. A person who doesn't meet our addictions doesn't love us. They don't care for us. So that means that every bit of spirit influence I get initially is about my definitions of love and what I feel is loving. And those spirits come along and meet those addictions and I feel I'm being loved. And some of you even have a relationship with what you think is God, but is actually a spirit who acts like he's God, giving you everything you want. Right? It even goes that far, where I'm just getting what I want from that spirit and I think it's God, and I think I've got a relationship with God and I have none whatsoever. Because it's the spirit meeting my addictions and I haven't been aware enough or self-aware enough yet, or too arrogant to see that this is what's going on. So here we go, we're in this state. We're in this state now where my addictions attract all of these people into my life. None of the attractions are actually based on anything that's morally sound or truthful or honest or loving. They're all just attractions based on what I want to have happen based on my addictions. And so I feel comfortable, like I feel comfortable with Ange, but I don't feel comfortable with Rob. And because I'm comfortable with Ange, probably because she meets my addiction, I spend more time with Ange. And because I'm not comfortable with Rob, I don't spend more time with Rob. But now if Ange and Rob are together meeting each other's addictions, now it becomes even more complicated, doesn't it? Because now I've got to go, I want to spend time with Ange, but I don't want to spend time with Rob. So what do I do now? You know, like so now what I'll do is I'll arrange to spend time with Ange when Rob's not around. I'll even do that. Right, just to get my addictions met. That's what I do. It's exactly what we're doing with spirits. We're making arrangements to have our addictions met for the most part. Now, the only time we ever experience a problem with that is when we try to stop doing that. Right? Or somebody, like Jesus, comes along and encourages you to stop it, and you go morally, oh, maybe he's right, maybe we should stop this. And you start to think about that, and you start to worry about it, and it starts to bother your conscience, and naturally it will, because God's trying to influence your conscience, going, yeah, what you're doing is actually not right, you know. And so that your conscience starts to be bothered, and as you go, oh, now the status quo, which I've been used to and been completely happy with up until this point, now that status quo is changed, because now I've developed a little bit of awareness and openness to God and the fact that God can influence us via the conscience, and I can feel the conscience going, oh, maybe I shouldn't do this. Does that make sense to you?
Yes.
Right, so now I've got my conscience saying, which is really God, through the operation of that conscience telling me, this is not good. And that's bothering me. In fact, it gets to a stage where it bothers you day and night. Like it sort of goes like, after, you know, at the beginning it sort of like bothers you once at a, you know, blue moon, which is, what is it? How often is there a blue moon? I don't know. Some scientists will be able to tell me, I'm sure. But you know, once in a blue moon, maybe once a year or two, you know, your conscience sort of bothers you and then you just ignore it and then move on. But when you start listening to divine truth, your conscience starts bothering you. But when you're actually in front of Jesus listening to divine truth, which many of you will notice, it bothers you a lot more. Right? This is why many of you don't want to be in front of Jesus listening to truth, because it does bother you a lot more. And it's partly because I'm in agreement with God about it, and the average person around you isn't in agreement with God about it. But it bothers you. It starts bothering you. So here we are now in this state.
Can we say that the first state, which most of the world is in most of the time,
and most of us, when we first hear divine truth, they're in the same state.
The first state is I'm seeking to have my addictions met, but also I'm surrounded by people who are feeding a false reality that I have.
Yep, and agreeing with you that you should have your addictions met.
Yeah, and that's false reality. So it's the delusion that I want to live in about what's really happening, what I'm really like, how everything works in the world and what's good and righteous. It's all false, and I want that fed. Then you might hear some truth from some other source, such as Jesus or God in your conscience. Now suddenly there's a challenge to your addictions, to your reality, even if it's not necessarily fully willing at that point.
Well, it's unwilling.
Because you haven't sought it necessarily yourself. Sometimes you have sought it a little bit. And now there's a shift, isn't there, in the influence, that the potential influences that are around you.
Well, there's a potential shift.
Yes, you've had this influence your whole life, and sometimes it comes and goes in different ways, but largely it's pretty similar because your injuries have been the same and your desire for the false reality has been the same. Now there's this opening or this window for something different.
Yeah. So now it's going to really get down, it's going to get down to some brass tacks, as we say here in Australia, isn't it? And that is, are you prepared to go through the disconnect phase? that make sense to you, Emma, to go through the disconnect phase. The disconnect phase is pretty intense. And the reason why the disconnect phase is so intense is because you've been like a runaway train in a certain direction, and everybody's on board that train. Everybody's wanting to go in the same direction as you. And the spirits around you want you to go in that direction, and they're encouraging you in that direction. They're pushing you in that direction. They're encouraging the desires in that direction the entire time. And then all of a sudden the conscience is bothering me, and now I've got to come to a conclusion of some kind, like, am I going to change this, or am I going to stay the same? Now, a person whose conscience bothers them enough goes, no, I want to change that. But now what you're doing by saying you want to change it, now what you're doing is you're setting up, you are now in opposition, not only to everyone around you physically, because you are in opposition now to everyone around you physically, because everyone around you physically in the world at the moment wants you to go in that direction. But you're also in opposition to every spirit around you, who you've encouraged to be around you for years and years and years through your behaviour. The physical influence is relatively easy to get away with. If somebody's carrying on at you and attacking you and saying you shouldn't be doing that, and you're going, well, I want to do that, and I'm going to do that because I'm sticking to my guns, then all you've got to do is move away from them and not see them again, and then that's done. Right? But the spirit influence, they're not going to move away from you, and you can't move away from them. You're going to have to deal with this in a real way now. It's going to have to be dealt with in a manner that is permanent, and that they'll want to leave you. Not that you want to leave them but you still want the addiction, but they actually want to leave you. They actually feel like being around you is a waste of time.
I can't tolerate being around
They can't tolerate being around you anymore. That's where it has to go, isn't it?
And this is where spirit influence is sort of unique in a way that it must be, you must make a change in your soul for it to shift. Yep. Whereas, a lot of people, I notice a lot of people hear Divine Truth, they maybe gain some intellectual awareness about relationships that they've had or that they're drawn to, and they say, no more of that person, or no more of these people, or no more of these kind of people in my life physically, but that because they haven't shifted on the issue emotionally, the spirit influence now, it seems like, oh, it's so insidious now because I've removed everything else physically, but it's still happening emotionally, and you're still attracting spirits of the same injury set as the ones you had in your physical relationships.
And unless something substantially changes in your spiritual condition, you're going to go back. Because the pressure is going to be so great that you're going to want to go back. Unless something happens in your spiritual condition that causes you to no longer feel the pressure. So the state you're in at the moment for yourself, Em, is that you're under that pressure. You can feel it. You know you're under it, right?
Yes.
Yeah. And you can, and it is difficult. It's a difficult time. You could say it's a difficult time in your spiritual growth, because if you make the wrong choice in this phase, you could write off the next 50 years of your life. Do you follow me? If you just go back and revert to old behaviour, you could end up, from God's perspective, writing off 50 good years of your life just by making that one decision. And this is why it feels so tough. And by the way, the spirits around you know that as well. Right? They know that if you make some wise choices here, they'll be permanently disconnected from you. And they're going, but I like being around them. I've been around her for years. I don't want to have to groom somebody else in the way that Emma's groomed specifically just for me to be around. I don't want to have to go through the process of finding someone else on earth and having to go through the same process with them to get them to the stage where they meet my own addictions like Emma does. So they're going to put pressure on you. They are just like a person on earth who is willing to bully, blackmail, do whatever they can to put pressure on you so they get what they want out of you. They're exactly the same as that. Right? it is rare that they come along on the journey with you. Very rare, very rare. Just like it is very rare that anyone on earth comes along on the journey with you. That's also very rare. It's very rare that that occurs. It's like if your whole family listens to divine truth all at the same time and all make progress and all deal with their emotions at the same time, well, you're a very fortunate person if that's what's happened to you, because that I've never seen that happen to most of my friends, and that would be a pretty unusual circumstance, right? And that especially applies to the spirits, because the spirits are in a place of codependence with your addiction. They have addictions that are met through your addictions. So that it's going to be pretty hard for them to go, oh, we're going to voluntarily, because, Emma now is saying she wants to go in a different direction. So, because we like Emma so much, we're going to just let her go in a different direction. Now, the average family member won't even do that, right? They'll go, you're not going in that direction, I'm going to have some protest about that. So what do you think a spirit's going to do? He's going to protest as much as he's able, particularly if he's in a state where he wants his addiction met, right? Because he, like you have been, also has no moral direction, no moral fortitude, right? The spirit, I mean. So of course he's going to do what his condition demands, which is demanding more of you. That's what his condition is going to demand. Now, you're right in saying that a lot of the influences you're under are men. That is true, because you know that you were far more open to listening to your father than you were open to listening to your mother. Isn't that true? Yeah. So you know that you're more prone to influences from men. Then, of course, you've had a history where you've already had one or two relationships arranged by spirits for you, and you know you have.
Yes.
So, of course, that's what they're going to try to do. In fact, your whole reason for coming to Australia wasn't to see us, actually, not initially. You thought it was, but actually it was because some spirits wanted to tee you up in a relationship that they thought would work, right? And I think you know the relationship I'm referring to, right? Now, that's what their motivation was. Now, they can let Emma think, she's coming to see Jesus and Mary. That's not what they thought. They allowed you to come. And by the way, they wouldn't have allowed you to come if they hadn't had that teed up. They would have put all this pressure on you back in England, and you wouldn't even be here if they hadn't had that teed up, actually. But they teed it all up, all prepared, all pre-arranged, all who were going to meet.
Can I say actually what I think happened, what I feel happened is they were putting that pressure on Emma to not come. And then they saw this possibility of this relationship, so they were like, go ahead. Yeah. You're coming. Yeah.
And if you could feel in you, there was a switch where you go, I should go. Or from, I don't know if I should go. Right? And there was that switch that occurred. And when that switch occurred, that was because they switched. Not because you did. It's because they did.
Because for you to switch, you would have had to go through what you're going through now.
Exactly.
Okay.
So
does that make sense?
Yeah, I always listen to them rather than me.
That's right. But also because you want the addiction met, right? You want a relationship again, you're feeling lonely in your life, you want a relationship again, you're missing out on, you could say you're still in a degree of sexual maturity, right, in a sense, you want some sexual relationship as well. It'd be nice to have somebody really loving you and caring about you and wanting to give you orgasms and all those things that come along with a relationship as well, and fulfill the warmth and the friendship and everything of a relationship. So that need is easily manipulated into compromise, right? And they know that, and so they got you to come. There was a special guy teed up for you, all ready to go, and as soon as you saw him, they also made you feel sexually attracted as well. Because otherwise what would happen is that you would actually take time to work your way through issues in order to be attracted to somebody. But these instant attractions that occur, which happen a lot, because they are arranged by spirits to happen, and the spirits have enough access to your body because of the injuries to even make you feel sexual feelings for a person, even without knowing them. Now, under normal circumstances, you would not be able, if you're in a pure state, you would not be able to feel sexual feelings for a person you don't know. Which is an interesting fact, actually, that most people are not aware of. Because when we talk about soulmates, most people go, oh, you know, I felt an instant attraction to that person, which often, by the way, does not occur with soulmates. But they feel that because they've actually been arranged to meet by spirits, and the addictions that are in play, they've been arranged to. The instant attraction can't occur unless you prior know the person. So in Mary or my case, I can feel an attraction, but that's because I knew her for 2,000 years beforehand, right? Not any other reason. But when we first met, I knew she was my soulmate, but I had to develop a relationship by getting to know her, right? And I didn't want to enter a sexual relationship until I did know her. So it's all teed up, all arranged. And this happens like so frequently on Earth. It's almost everybody who ever has a relationship has had it happen at least once in their life, right? So it's like as frequent as any other event that occurs in your life might be, in terms of the influence. Now, if I have moral compromises, it's so easy now to just go along with the flow. During that phase, you could feel that you were even starting to go, what Jesus and Mary's saying, I don't know if I agree with it that much, I think I've got to get second and third opinions here. I've got to listen to all the people who've listened to Jesus and Mary but don't listen anymore. I've got to get their opinion about what's going on, right? These are all the things that started happening inside of you, influenced as well, by the way, right? And in this process, there's still the foothold, there's still the control, it's all there. It's the same level of control as your dad had over you when he was with you all the time, right? The same level of control, and you felt the same imperative to go along with it, right? Because it felt like it was going to meet your needs. Yeah. So, can we blame the spirits totally for the influence they bring into bed? The answer is obvious from that description, isn't it? It's no, we can't. We have to see that there is a codependence going on. And that codependence is what's influencing us. Right? So it's interesting because many people who come to Australia from overseas or even come from in Australia to here to come to one of these groups initially is influenced in an addictive manner. And it's only through, having these sessions that their conscience starts getting pricked and going, oh, maybe I'm getting influenced in an addictive manner. Then they start worrying about that, of course, because God's pretty insistent too. God's not like, oh, Mary wants to be left alone. Well, then God will leave Mary alone. But when it comes to the conscience, it's like, if you're here, your conscience is going to get bothered whenever you're out of harmony morally. And this is why many of you feel uncomfortable when you're here, right? Because your conscience is bothering you in all sorts of ways. And people will even go to the extent I found in that phase where they start going that I've got some kind of mind control over them, where they start to wonder whether, why is it that I'm only there, that I feel something's morally wrong or something's morally right, or, what, and then when I go away I think, what's the problem there? Why has it got a problem with that? And then I think, why has Jesus got a problem with those things, is the general feeling when people go away. But when they come back, they go, oh, maybe I have a problem with it. And then they think, oh, maybe I'm being controlled by Jesus somehow. And, they get all very complicated when actually all it is the conscience is bothering you about something I've raised. That's it. So when your conscience starts bothering you, which is a good thing, by the way, because it's going to help you grow, that's a good thing. But for the majority of people, when their conscience starts bothering them, there's a whole set of other emotions that start flicking in. And some of those emotions are, I don't feel very good about myself now. I can see that I do some of these bad or wrong things. And it feels very uncomfortable. I quite often feel it like people squirming in their chairs, you know, like that kind of feeling. And that's what happens to the majority of people. They feel this discomfort. Now, on Earth, in the Western society, when you feel uncomfortable, what do?
Get some comfort somehow.
That's right. That's what you do. You don't live with the discomfort because you've got the money or the power or the lifestyle where you can not have to live with it. It's not like you're living in a third world and you're living in a hut and there's a dirt floor, that the dirt floor's going to be there tomorrow. You go to a place where there's a dirt floor, you've got enough money, you can just buy a covering for it. You know, you can live without the discomfort. So the average person, particularly in the West, but also this is now a growing problem everywhere, the average person does not want to live with the discomfort. So now it's like, well, how can I get comfortable again? Can you see? So how do we get comfortable again when we're in a place of discomfort?
Go through the discomfort?
Well,
Ideally,
and that would be the wise thing to do. What's the chances of me doing it?
Slim.
Pretty slim.
Given how many other avenues there are for me to avoid the discomfort.
That's right, it's pretty slim. So if I see a person who actually is willing to live with the discomfort and actually go through it, I go, well, that person's showing me that they have some level of sincerity, actually. Because it's very rare that a person even does that. The person usually coats through discomfort for a day and then says, I've had enough. You know, particularly if they're able to get comfort from some other means. And so it doesn't take often very much pressure for a person to get, you know, to have the conscious bother them. And this can all happen in the course of one afternoon. They have the conscience bother them, they feel some discomfort, they want to get comfortable again, so they never go again. And our decision is made in one afternoon. Make sense?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Very common, right? So this is why there's many people who've only come to one of our sessions for 1 week or whatever, and then the discomfort grows and grows. Now, the more persistent you become trying to break the addictions you have with these spirits, the more persistent they'll become trying to maintain it. Just like a person on earth would do. Right? So imagine you're in a relationship with a person on earth, your husband, let's say, and your husband wants you to do certain things and you're happy to do them because it meets your addictions. And then all of a sudden you realise, oh, my conscience is bothering me. I don't think I can do these things anymore. But he still wants them. Do you think after that point that he's going to make your life easy?
No.
No, of course not. If he still wants them and he's selfish enough and he still wants them, he is going to put pressure on you. How is he going to put the pressure on you? He's going to reason with you. I don't think you're very logical, Emma. You know, this is what you would do if you were being logical. He will reason in alignment with his own addictions. If that doesn't work, what will he do then?
Threaten me?
Oh, no, threats sort of are a fair way down the track. What's the name?
Oh, manipulate?
Well, yeah,
influence?
Behind the scenes manipulation and influence. Right, so that's the next thing to do. So let's say that doesn't work. Right? Bribing you is usually the next thing. In other words, I'll give you rewards if you do what I want. So that's like a person paying you to do something wrong, right? Isn't it? They're giving you a reward. So your husband says, oh, you know, I want you to do certain things, you know, in a certain addictive way that he wants. But now, instead of being a person who just lets you cook all the time, now he'll cook for you. And you go, oh, for the last 5 years he's never done that. And now he's doing that. He's just growing and he's so wonderful. But he's just bribing you, right? This is the spirits too. This is exactly what they'll do, is just bribing you. And if you don't recognise it as bribery, if it's not sincere, you don't recognise the lack of sincerity in the action, you'll think he's doing wonderful. You might go on like that for 5 years. The same goes with the spirit. You might go on with the spirit for 5 years bribing you. And in fact, most spirits realise bribery works better than blackmail. So, but when bribery doesn't work,
Then the threats.
then there's the threats. Now the threats are not actually taking the action, but threatening the action. You know what I mean? So, I'm going to leave you, is the typical one the husband might say. And you go, and you're so afraid about him leaving you, so you now compromise. Or
things will go badly if you do that, or people will hate you if
people
you do
hate
that,
you.
or it's all going to be a
Which
terrible outcome.
It's interesting when people say, but people will hate you, when actually, a lot of times, where does that thought come from? It comes from the thought that they'll hate you. But anyway, they want to say it like people will hate you because it's a lot more PC, but politically correct.
Or he
distances them from their feelings, They don't just come out and say, I'll not like you anymore. They can, other people won't like you anymore. And I couldn't bear that. So there's all these threats which range from very veiled, sort of hidden, very manipulative threats to outright threats of violence. Does that make sense? To outright, I'm going to punch you in the nose if you do that. Right? If the threats don't work, oftentimes there's blackmail. But you've done this and you've done that, and so I should get this in return. That kind of thing. You were bad in your history, and the things that they can blackmail you about, things they know about you, which they can manipulate you to feel bad about. So in other words, blackmailing you with your bad feelings about yourself. The things that you are ashamed of, the things that you do feel guilty about. Now, when all of that doesn't work, then it's just outright violence. Right? The difference for a spirit is he can't very well commit outright violence. Okay? Like he can't stab you. He can't, he can manipulate somebody else to do it maybe, but he can't do it himself. So, outright violence from spirits is very easily dealt with because you just don't accept it and it can't happen, right? But everything up to there is exactly the same as what a person on earth would do. Exactly the same. I gave a talk some time ago about bribery threats, blackmail. I think it was in Bergen or something. It's that process that people go through, that you will go through with a lot of people around you as you grow. It's going to happen. It's unavoidable because they want what they want from you and you gave it to them up until now. And now you're not. So naturally they're going to be upset. Naturally. And when I say naturally, I mean their condition of love is such that they're going to be upset. Naturally. But if their condition of love was better, they wouldn't be upset, they'd be proud of you. Right? But unfortunately, most people's condition of love is not very good, and so naturally, as a result of their condition, they will do these things. It's exactly the same for a person on earth as it is for a person in spirit. Now, if these things are not already happening to you on earth, with people around you, then you're not practicing divine truth. Simple as that. You're not. It's a guarantee it's going to happen. I said to people who listened to me in the first century that if they persecuted me, they're going to persecute you too. Yeah? It's not something you can avoid. Right? People are going to try to do it. This is a part of why it's so hard having a relationship with God on earth. Because everyone around you wants to make it hard. It's not because it is hard. If you took away all of these pressures, then it would just be up to you and what you did. If you took away all these pressures, these external pressures, it wouldn't be hard anymore, would it? It'd be like, I'm not worried about some guy saying he's Jesus. Everybody on earth is okay with him. Now, given the condition of Earth, that's highly unlikely, right? You can't expect that. It's impossible to expect that. That's why I said to people who were listening to me in the first century that they couldn't expect it. Just as I had been harmed, so too they would be. Right? So you can't expect any different. It's just how much do you want the relationship with God, and how happy do you want to be? Because you're going to be happier no matter what happens. The more you receive God's love and the more you progress in harmony with that, the happier you'll become. Right? How much do you want that? How much do you want the relationship with God? How much do you want to live in harmony with truth? That's what it's going to get down to in the end. How principled you are in that endeavour. That's what it's going to result in. If you are principled and sincere in that endeavour, you will do it, and whatever comes, and you'll find it won't bother you very much at all, really, right, in the long run. Of course, there'll be emotions to feel in the short run, because you've got emotions tied in with why you're trying to break the addictions. So there'll be things you feel then, for sure. The average person on earth, and even in the spirit world, in the first sphere, is not prepared to do this. Not prepared. Not emotionally prepared. Not able to deal with it from a psychological perspective. Not prepared. You know, when I say from a psychological perspective, most of you have no idea what it's like to have everyone on earth hate you. You've got no idea what it's like, how hard that can be, right? Once you deal with your emotions, it's not hard anymore. But initially, because you want everybody to like you, and you want everybody to be your friend, and you want everybody to think that you're nice, and you know, because of all these addictions we want all of these things. And so when people don't like you, it's like devastating. But like I've said to many of you before, there's plenty of people who hated me in the first century who are now my friends in the celestial heavens. You know, many of them are people that killed me, now my friends. So my view is sort of a bit longer now. Sort of I take the long view, you know what I mean? Like, if somebody hates me tomorrow and they hate me for a few years or my whole life on earth, it doesn't mean they're going to hate me for good. Yeah? That's just the way it is, you know. If you grow and they grow in love, then they probably end up not hating you anymore, and they'll probably end up feeling quite apologetic about hating you in the first place, right? That's what the law of compensation, is eventually going to grind them into the position of having. That's the purpose of that law. So what for most of us we feel on earth, though, is that we don't feel a long view. We feel the short, instant view, like tomorrow view. We're worried about what's going to happen tomorrow. And because of that, we are able to be very influenced about with things and by people and by spirits, because we're worried about, I want what I want now. So can you see in that explanation then that the whole process is going to happen a certain way for everybody, not just for you. It's going to be everybody.
Yes.
Yeah. And if a person isn't going through it, then it means they haven't begun yet.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And this is one way, it's a really easy way to tell whether people are actually hearing divine truth or not. Because the people who actually hear it and put it into practice all go through this. Right? Particularly in the world we currently live. Now, in the spirit world, it's a little different because you're surrounded by people in the same condition. So when you have a desire to grow, then a lot of other people around you have the same desire to grow, and you all join together and you try to grow together, right? On earth, most people around you don't desire you to grow. Now, one of the reasons why many of you come regularly on a Saturday is because this is the only place where people desire your growth. That's why you come. Isn't that true? Yeah. This is why you want to come, even though it's sometimes pretty tough to come, isn't it? Sometimes you will go away home and there's pressure from spirits and there's all this other stuff going on and your conscience bothering you, and it's pretty tough sometimes, but you desire to come because you recognise that this is a place where you're going to be encouraged to grow. Right? that it's very rare on earth to find places where you're going to be encouraged to grow. Very rare. And particularly to grow all the time. You know, like people will put up with you going along to a seminar for 2 days, but now if you try to make it your life, now it's going to be tough. Because that means, what? You're thinking about it all the time? You know what I mean? So it's going to be tough. The pressure is going to be on. The pressure will last until you disconnect from the emotions that the pressure causes. Do you understand what I mean by that? So if I'm getting pressure and I have emotional responses to that pressure, right? As I have the emotional responses, if I'm humble, these emotions will leave me, and as these emotions leave me, I'll feel less pressure. Even though there's more pressure sometimes, I'll feel less pressure. I won't feel like so manipulated and controlled by it. And you get to stage, the more of the emotion you let go of, the more the false beliefs, the more the false, you remember we talked about the spiritual beliefs, the emotional beliefs, the sexual ones and the physical ones. The more these all leave you, you end up no longer being influenced by anybody, whether they can be seen or unseen. You're not influenced by anybody. You're your own self now. And now, whatever influences you choose to have upon you are going to be really your choice, not through addiction. Yeah.
Sounds good.
Yeah, it is good. It is good. But it takes time to make the transition. And the trouble is the more we're addicted to comfort, the longer the time's going to be. So if I want a lot of comfort, and I've been Western world, been very, focused on getting a lot of comfort, and very, there's a lot of things I can control in my environment, and if I have some funds, there's even more things I can control in my environment. So if I have less funds, sometimes there's less things, but generally I can still control a fair portion of my environment. If I decide to do that, then it's just going to take longer. Now, the trouble with it taking longer is this. The longer it takes, the tireder you're going to get. And so then it becomes not only about just determination, but it becomes about attrition. What I mean by that, it becomes about your energy becomes lower, 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 right? That's a part of how spirits and people around you, by the way, can wear you down. By you deciding to not make instant decisions in harmony with love and delaying those decisions, you are also encouraging and also setting up a situation where you are going to become much tireder through the process. You are going to get exhausted, because what you're doing is you're lengthening the necessary time through your resistance, through your desire for comfort. You lengthen the time that it takes to make decisions. So what I notice is the people who make quick decisions in harmony with love fare better than the people who delay and make slow ones. Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. So in some ways you've made some quick decisions, haven't you?
Yes.
Yes. So that'll help you fare well. And the key is to continue making them and not put them off and not try to delay them. Because if you try to delay them and put them off, it'll go slower and then you'll get more exhausted. You'll get more tired. And the tireder you get, the more inclined you will become to give up. And spirits know that. They know that if they can exhaust you in the process, you'll give up. You'll stop. Right? So they know that. Most of these people are just like you. They're not silly. In the sense they're not silly with regard to the way they think. They're pretty silly when it comes to their feelings. Just like most of us are. But when it comes to the way they think, why would I give up my influence on Emma when it means I'm going to have to groom Nina for them? Like, Nina doesn't have the same injuries. I'm going to have to work on her a bit to get those injuries It's too much hard work. It'd be better if I could find another Emma. But I look around Emma and I go, where's the other Emma? She's no, Emma's still the best course of action. If I can get Emma to meet my addictions, then I'll still be the best off. And this is why they won't let go until you, through your moral choices, cause them to feel offended with you, and they let go. It causes them to feel like, I don't like Emma anymore. Right. Now, if you can't cope with men not liking you, which is a difficulty you do have, right, that's going to be tough even, because they'll project at you they don't like you. Right? They'll be like your dad projecting at you that he doesn't like you. It's going to be pretty tough. If you haven't dealt with that emotion, you're going to have to deal with that emotionally as well. Get to the point where I'm okay. Not a man liking me, I'm okay now still. I still feel good about myself. After I've gotten rid of that emotion, I will then feel good. And so a man saying he doesn't like me, I go, okay, whatever, that's your problem, whatever. I'm a nice person, I know I am. Why wouldn't you like me? You know, there's obviously a problem. So it takes time for those transitions to occur, but the faster you make the transition, the less exhausted you will be doing it.
Yeah, and can we say that this process doesn't start until you want to make moral choices? Because for many, many people in the room, they haven't even decided yet, I'm going to make a more moral choice with a lot of the influence that's around them. You're still acting to either get an emotion from a spirit, or to avoid an emotion that a spirit threatens you with, and you do what they want so that they back off on the threats. So the majority of you are still very much in that position with spirits on one or more issues.
You're not firm on the moral.
It's only when you decide I'm going to do something moral that's out of harmony with this addiction that you have with the spirit as much as the spirit has with you, that you're going to feel this pressure and go through this process that Jesus is talking about. Yeah. So that's a very important point to say at the start, that this is not just happening for you guys right now because the moral decision hasn't been made. Yeah.
And so for yourself, Anne, the moral decision about spiritual influence is starting to begin to be made. But you can see even in the last month or two, you could have made different decisions, couldn't you?
Yes.
You were very close
I was very
sometimes.
influenced when I came here.
Yeah.
I was not myself at all.
Yeah,
it took
that's
about
right.
a month before I even felt myself.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. And also I've seen many times since then where you're just on the verge of maybe making a bad decision, and then, you know, through some conversation or some, you know, which, by the way, is not just about, they happen because we arrange them. And, you know what I mean? Our Father, God arranges them, and then He encourages one of us to make a decision to chat with them if we can get the opportunity, and let her know what's going on under certain circumstances, and that helps. But you could, even after hearing that information, you could have decided differently, and then of course back into the same old pattern, right? So the fact that you haven't is good, but I understand the pressure you're under, and you do feel it, right?
And the confusion. That's why it's been so helpful to have these other people to tell me stuff that I just can't figure out for myself.
That's right, because your addictions are in play too. And so your addictions also make things very confusing, because you think, but I want it, but it's good, isn't it? Like, what's wrong with that?
I can't understand. And then, you know, I can't think straight about this issue anymore, and that's all the result of our emotions and the spirits acting on them. And humility, in the end, is going to help us through all of those things. But having loving influences is a big gift.
Yeah. And it's during the phase where you have loving influences, where also they want to suggest that all of the loving influences are unloving.
Yes.
So you start questioning, you know, is Jesus really manipulating me in some way or you know, these people in God's way, are they really, you know, what's going on here? Or, you know, you start.
I don't know if I can trust them now.
Yeah, you start worrying during that. Well, again, it's sort of fed from spirits, right? The spirits are in the state, just like a person on earth would be if they were in an addiction with you. They're in a state where they don't want to give you up. They don't want to give up the addiction. They've groomed you and been a part of your life for who knows how long? From your case, a lot of them have been around you since you were a child, right? From little child. So they're not, look, you're 43, they've been there 40 years. Why would they want to give up that? Like, and then have to find somebody else? Like, that's, most of you don't realise yet, but it's pretty hard finding a person who perfectly matches your addiction if you haven't groomed them. So in the spirit world, this is why a lot of spirits attach to children, because they can groom a child, right? So if you haven't groomed a person to meet your addictions, and by the way, this is what a lot of parents do with their own children, they groom the child to meet their addictions. So if you haven't, and so this is why the average spirit doesn't think there's anything wrong with them, because they did it as a parent, right? But if you can groom the child to meet your addiction, then by the time they're an adult, they'll just meet your addiction without question. The problem is Emma's now questioning. So how do we influence her away from questioning and question the... Instead of questioning, at the moment you're questioning the influence. What if we influence her away and get her to question the support?
The loving influence.
The loving influence.
I could feel that, like, things coming out of me that were bad
Yeah.
towards you guys.
Yeah.
And it's like, why am I doing that?
Yeah.
It's like, I can see, and I can see what you're doing.
Yeah, and some of the spirits know, if you do that enough, we'll eventually say, Em, we don't want to spend any time with you.
Yeah.
And that's what they want.
Yeah, I can feel that. Why would anyone want to spend time with me if I'm going to send bad things out?
That's right. And so oftentimes that happens where we can feel in a person that they are being influenced to attack us in some way or the other, just for the purpose that eventually we choose to no longer spend any more time with them because it's just wrong. And then after that, the spirits go, well, you see, they're terrible people, they didn't care about you in the first place, and all of what they suggest can be validated through the experiences. That's their thought. So these guys and girls, by the way, are pretty malicious. They're pretty definite about how to achieve their goals, just like a person on earth often is. And they have some very bad motivations, but that's one of their goals. So there's been plenty of times where a person's been in the state you're right now in, and then they've had this influence go, I can take it out on Jesus and Mary, and they'll put up with it. And when we don't, they go, why am I listening to them for? And then they're gone. And there's been thousands of people, literally thousands of people that have done that. So these are all patterns that occur, and they're all predictable patterns.
Yeah, and I just encourage you to stay on the moral choices, because a lot of people I watch, and even myself on certain issues, where this pressure mounts, the pressure you're feeling now, and then emotionally we withdraw from the pressure and we go back to the immoral state. So a lot of people in this room have done that. They come up, they're starting to work through an issue, the pressure from the spirits, and then they just start to make immoral choices again. Yeah. The pressure feels like it's gone away. Some people even say, I worked through the issue. They haven't. But most of the time, if they're honest, they can see, no, I've just gone back to living the way that I was, getting the same addictions met with the spirits. Yeah. So, it's a crucial kind of a time. Yeah,
the time you're in right now, crucial time. Yeah. And it's touch and go.
Yep. Yeah, sometimes.
As you know.
Yeah, I find sometimes I'm shutting myself down and then just losing myself.
Yeah. And that's an immoral choice. Yeah. That's what you have to learn. Yeah. There's me breaking morality.
Yeah, so I'm spotting it and I'm seeing the consequences.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. Yeah, that's good.
Thank you.
It takes time to realise what's going on, but also it takes time for people to recognise, actually, this is not just happening to me. This is going to be happening to every single person for the next probably 10, 15 years. Any single person who listens to Divine Truth, this is going to happen to. And if you're listening to Divine Truth and it's not happening to you, not a good sign. Because it means that you are compromising everywhere still. Right? If you weren't, this would be happening to you. It's happened to Mary and I, it's going to happen to everybody. Yeah. First century was the same, happened to everybody.
And you said a wonderful thing to me recently when I was feeling very attacked. You said, well, you can use the attack to speed your progress because it's unrelenting. It's triggering you on all your issues. If you're really humble, you're going to progress really quickly.
Yeah. Or you can avoid it and just drag it all out, and you'll end up exhausted and probably making a bad decision at the end. That's what you'll end up doing. So I've seen some people drag it out for 5 years and then got so tired of it, they're gone. So we've had many people like that. People have helped us for 3 or 4 or 5 years doing different things, and then all of a sudden the attack has gotten so, and they've not dealt with it emotionally, that eventually just go, no, I'm sick of this, and they're gone. Yep. And we during the entire time we often told them, you still haven't dealt with it, you still haven't dealt with it, you still haven't dealt with it. And they're going, but I think I have. And no, you haven't. And you know, eventually the result is going to be you just get tired and exhausted with the process. And also, if you think about it, there has to be some growing sincerity to get over it, you know, to get through it in a proper manner. And many people don't have that level of sincerity, and so they just give up. Now, if that isn't happening to you, where you don't feel that opposition, then it means that you're not practicing God's way at all, even though you're listening to it. Then you're not practicing it. And that applies to everybody who ever will listen to God's way, until such a time as 50% or more of the planet is listening to God's way. Does that make sense? Like, once there's a momentum where a large number of people are all listening to God's way, then everybody's going to agree with you. You should progress. And so nobody's going to put pressure on you. And all the spirits will they go, oh, you want to progress, do you? Oh, isn't that great? I'll get off your back. You know? Until that happens, which is going to be a fair way down the track, if it happens at all on Earth, then this opposite thing that happens is going to be the thing that happens. Make sense?
Yes, thank you.
No worries. Let's have a break, shall we? We've done. Good. Yeah, so I think it was good to say those things to you, because it sort of gives a bit of an overview to what happens to most people when they first really start to sincerely want to receive God's love and progress on earth. You know, so this is something that happens to everybody, and it just depends on how hard it is. For some people it's harder than others, because some people have been under more influence than others through their life. And so for some people it's actually more difficult than others to make the break, you know.
Also, sometimes...
Have you turned off? Yeah, you have. You turned off the voltage. Should you speak?
Yeah. Sometimes it also depends on the nature of the influence you've had. Like, some people are fed pleasant feelings from spirits rather than threatened, and when you've had that and you've had some of that, it's sometimes quite tricky to get out of it, because you sort of feel like these are the good things in my life. This is the good way I feel good about myself.
Yeah.
Yeah, I certainly had that. I thought it was wonderful. It felt magical for some time.
That's right.
Yeah. And then it was also very up and down, like a roller coaster.
Correct.
And confusing.
Because they're influencing you in some ways that are like good, what you think is good, and then other ways that you feel like, I don't really want that, but that's what they want. So you know, you end up in this sort of dependency, and the people, as Mary said, that feel the influence is good have usually a much greater struggle than the people who feel the influence is bad. Yeah.
How do you all feel after that discussion? If you're honest.
Be honest about how you feel. And
Did you say Ange?
well, I don't know, I was deciding.
Anna and Ange.
Anna and Ange. I think we'll go Ange and then Anna. Ange first and then Anna. Yeah.
I'm squirming in my seat. I feel pretty uncomfortable.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm one of those people that likes the spirit response.
Yeah.
I've always been fed, you know, that I'm
positive
good.
feelings.
Yes.
And, yeah.
So I'm not really aware so much, except if I get sometimes I get a real headache at the back of my neck here.
Yeah.
But the moral decisions, I'm getting a sense of what they are and what addictions.
That's where you struggle. You often get into a state where, we give you some advice to do a moral thing and you just ignore the advice to do the thing you want, but not realising that there's a big issue in the advice you've been given.
All right,
Anna?
I start to feel doubt about myself, and I also feel pleasure. I think I get spirit influences to sort of pressure me down now and then, but I'm not aware of if I get very positive spirit influences. So I don't know if I have that.
Well, we'll let you work that out.
Yep.
Yeah. We're just asking.
So how you
got to tune into how you feel.
How you feel.
Yeah.
So I feel wobbly. Is that the correct word?
Yeah, that's good.
And a bit
oppressed.
Yeah.
Yep. The majority of you, when we talk about influences, generally, you sort of get very You noticed last week when the first half of the conversation last week, everyone was quiet, sort of suppressed and down. And then as we started to talk more positively about God's love and God's truth and how God works with people, many of you started to have a bit of a cry. And then after you had a bit of a cry, things alleviated a bit and you became a bit more positive. And by the time we finished the conversation, a fair portion of you felt a bit more open by the time of that. But it took nearly 5 hours for you to get to that stage. And this is what we often find when Mary and I are speaking. We often takes a good solid 2, 3 or 4 hours before people are open enough even to hear the thing we really want to talk about, because of all of the oppression that goes on, the lack of sensitivity, the desire to not be sensitive. When you get into a state where you're feeling suppressed, when the spirit's really feeling sort of controlled and suppressed, it's indication that you do not want to be sensitive. And so that's a very, to be, for many of you, if you understood the influences or the pressures you were under, you'd probably be crying already. You'd probably already, as soon as we start talking about it, you probably have tears. The fact that you don't is indicative of how much you want to get away from it. When you start to really feel about pressures from spirits, you realise that a lot of your life has been dominated by the codependence you have with them. Yeah, just like a lot of your life has been dominated by the codependence you have with people on earth. And so when you start recognising that, you also can you will start to feel a bit of sadness about your life and how it's been not really a lot of your own choices and decisions, and how you're getting influenced in different ways to do different things, and some of your relationships and your friendships there's influence as well, and you start to realise how much things have been happening, and the more sensitive you become, the more you realise how much it's happening. Initially, when you start, you sort of have a tendency to dismiss, but as time goes on and you become more and more emotionally sensitive, you go, wow, there's get influence there and there and there and there. And some of you are prone to influence where you feel down on yourself. And some of you are prone to influences where you feel proud of yourself. Right? And what I mean by that is that some of you are prone to just being down on yourself a lot. Right? And then others of you are prone to be feeling like, oh, I've got no fault and no problems. Right? And you're influenced in that direction as well. And when you're influenced in the second direction to feel that you have no problems, it's a lot harder to give it up. So that's part of the issue that many people face, particularly when there's some degree of arrogance in the person or some degree of self-assuredness.
It's a lot harder for you to discern, and then it's a lot harder to give up.
Yeah, because you feel you're giving up something that's wonderful. feel you're giving up something that's good. It's like if I was your friend and every time I saw you I gave you $10,000. Imagine that. So this is what it's like being a spirit. Every time you see them or every time you feel them, they give you something. Right? So imagine every time I see you, I give you $10,000. So after a year, $10,000 by 52 years, that's a fair bit, isn't it? What is that? 520,000, right? A couple of years is $1 million. I've given you $1 million. 10 years, I've given you $5 million, right? So you've been my friend for 10 years. I've given you all these things. And then all of a sudden you say you don't want my company anymore. Now can you see one of the things that's going to go on in you is now I'm going to miss out on my $10,000 gift every week. You see? And if you're really, really wanting that $10,000 gift every week, so you're going to want to give it up? Probably not, right? So this is the trouble. When we have codependence with spirits, it's like we believe they're giving us a gift. When all the spirits around us are attacking us, then you know it's not a gift, right? And it just feels bad. But when they give you gifts, or what you feel are gifts, driven by addiction, you'll think it's good. And so giving it up is going to be much, much harder. So an example of that is where spirits tell you what other people think. And they've done that for you your whole life. A lot of people who are in that state think it's wonderful. They know what everybody thinks around them. Right? And we know some people who come along to this group that are just exactly like that. The spirits with them tell them what everybody's thinking all the time. Right? So they think it's wonderful. Because they think it's wonderful, it's going to be very hard to give up. Very difficult to give up. Of course, not all of what they're telling you is factual. But often it does turn out to be factual, and you can. It's a power thing. It's to do with the addiction to power. So people like that have an addiction to power, and they like the power that knowing things gives them. And an addiction, a spirit who loves them wouldn't do it because they know they're meeting a bad addiction, so they wouldn't do it. But a spirit who doesn't care for them very much will do it because they want to meet the addiction, make them feel more powerful. The spirit gets something out of it too, because the more people that the powerful person on earth can dominate, the more the spirit gets what they want through people. So the spirit, it's very hard to give up an addiction like that. Very hard to give up a spirit influence like that. So when all you've done all your life has been attacked by spirits, and there's some that are in that space because in their childhood they've been abused as children, have been harmed as children, whether it's verbal, sexual or emotional abuse as children, they're very prone to being abused by spirits. But it also is much easier to give up because you don't like it. Right? Once you realise how to give it up, you can give it up quite easily, and there's no personal attachment to it so much anymore.
So something good you can do for yourself is ask, what are the types of spirit interactions that I'm having? What feelings am I getting? What feelings am I trying to avoid in my interactions? And as Jesus said at the start of the group, it's going to be very similar to the interactions you're having with people on earth, but often we're just as detuned from what we're getting and trying to avoid in those relationships as well.
Yeah.
We think it's about a whole other thing entirely.
Yeah.
Oh, I spend time with Sandra because she likes divine truth. She loves nature. It could be something completely different that is emotionally happening between us that causes our attraction to each other.
Yeah.
Usually is.
Yeah. So Rob?
So looking at the history of things that have gone on, like physical things that have gone on, and, it's been obvious I've been attacked by various people.
Yeah.
So just going back to revisit those and sort of get real about what actually happened and grieving it.
Become sensitive is the first step, isn't it?
Yeah,
you
become
need to be
sensitive.
sensitive.
Yeah, that's getting real, isn't it?
Yeah.
But it's
getting truthful, that's part of sensitivity.
truthful,
Okay,
but
yeah.
emotionally.
Emotionally as well, sensitive.
Yeah.
Yeah, so in other words, how did it feel?
Yeah, I can start to
How
feel
did the
something
attack feel?
already, you know, so
Yeah.
yeah.
And what was the nuance of it? You know, often we say, oh, I was attacked. But there's
In what
there's
way?
it's very nuanced to the way
Specific.
Yeah, what
Yeah.
the specific feelings were.
Did they try to pull down your opinion of yourself, or did they try to manipulate you to do something you didn't want to do, or
Did they shame
did they
you?
shame you after you did something, or in what way was you attacked? Were
Did
you
they
attacked?
threaten
Does that make sense?
violence? Did they threaten
Yeah.
ostracism? Did they, you know, there's many nuances in the way
Yeah,
they were
trying to make worse moral decisions, things like that, yeah.
Yeah.
So,
I think what might be helpful, Rob, rather than you continue with your question,
yeah,
is that we have some spirits who used to manipulate people on earth through their addictions. And if you listen to what they say about how they felt and also what they were doing when they were doing it, these are spirits who have now progressed beyond that point, but they used to do it.
Yep.
It might help you sort of identify some things as a group in terms of what's been happening for you, in terms of what kind of influences you've been getting or been under. Does that make sense?
That sounds great.
Is that right?
Yeah.
So I think rather than answer more questions, that's probably the thing to do, so that we can sort of, and they can sort of explain on their end also what it feels like, what your addiction felt like for them. Does that mean so a lot of times you think that you're the only one being harmed, but actually, you know, your addiction does actually draw them to you, and also they feel there's things they feel getting drawn to you as well, as to why they're getting drawn to you. So, and this is why it is a codependent problem. And so if we can talk to some of these spirits about it, it might help you understand better what your addictions feel like when you're just feeling addictions. Yeah?
Okay, and so John's just saying, like, some of these guys are not very far beyond it, so and so they are almost coming to understand their situation, what was happening for them, and this is part of them, helping them being at this talk, and then them sharing their experience. So the first lady, and she was sort of representing a group, and it's a group of ladies. Her name is Paloma, and she. We'll just go with that. Hi there, thanks for having us.
Hello, Paloma, how are you?
A little nervous.
A little nervous. First time we've done this.
Yes. Yeah, first time we've done this in this way.
Yeah, in a proper conversational way where people know what's going on.
In a conscious way, yeah.
Yeah, I get it.
So you wanted to ask us about the interactions we've been having with the earth up until quite recently?
Yeah, and also like how it felt for you in those interactions. Because, people on earth often believe that the spirits are doing all the damage sort of thing, and they don't realise, how their own addictions are in play either, towards the spirits themselves.
Yeah.
So if we can do both things, it would be good.
Okay. Yeah, so we are a group of women, and we experience quite a lot of injustice from men in our earth life.
Yep.
And when
do you mind mentioning what kind of injustice is that?
It ranges, it varies, but we weren't given the same rights.
Yes.
In our society or in our family homes. We were expected to serve not only our husband but the children. We were expected to put ourselves last in every encounter. We were expected to sacrifice our passions, our personal interests in favour of the community. and we were often expected to cover up for the sins of others. So the sins of our husbands, fathers, children, even each other at certain times. So some of the people around us were quite violent, not necessarily towards us, but we were expected to make excuses for that and to cover over what our better nature said was the right thing to do. And we were expected to be gentle and kind and loving, while everyone around us treated us like a doormat.
And this was assumed to be you being a good mum and a good wife and a good woman.
So what we're coming to understand now is that when we passed from the spirit life, we had a lot of unfinished business from our life, I suppose you would say.
Hurts that
we had, and feelings of injustice that we had squashed very far down inside of us. And also a sense of loyalty to children and men and women, and a feeling of duty and obligation in all the ways that we were taught to have on earth.
In other words, lying for someone is a good thing if you love them and all that kind of thing.
But at the same time, as we passed, it sort of seemed to expose a great deal of rage. That squashed over feelings suddenly seemed to take over.
The rage, you mean?
And the sense of injustice.
So when you passed, you weren't really conscious of what you're now mentioning were problems in your earth life. You were more just feeling the rage of your earth life. Is that how it was? Or did you feel some level of consciousness about these things that you did on earth that were obviously harmful to yourself?
No. I'm just saying those things for context. Correct, because that was... So really what took over, and without much conscious awareness, this rage sort of took over.
Rage towards?
Men.
And the
society. The system of things.
So then what did you feel like doing?
Well, we didn't feel like doing anything as much as we were just doing things. So we were back.
Now some people here might struggle to understand what you just meant, so maybe if you could explain that a bit better.
Well, it's like when you're in your home and you think, I have to do the washing. You think, I'll go and do the washing, and then you get up and you go and do the washing.
And you make the effort to do it.
This was more like you just suddenly doing the washing.
And you hadn't really thought, made a decision.
You hadn't planned it, and you hadn't made a decision. Correct, and now I'll go and do it. You're just doing it.
You just felt like it's almost like you didn't even know. You felt like you had to do it, but you were doing it.
You're just suddenly doing things. And so what it was like is we began to be around young women. And so we felt like, it's difficult to describe. So we felt like the women needed us to get things done. And we felt in a terrible rage, but sometimes that rage was towards the woman.
Because they were doing things that reminded you of yourselves.
Yes. And
you wanted to stop doing it.
Yes.
So in other words, some of them might have been like lying for their husbands, and you wanted them to stop lying for their husbands, and you feel annoyed with them for lying about their husbands and things like that. Lying for their husbands, I mean.
Yes. And it was also like we felt like, we almost felt a part of the women. Sorry, it's
this
quite
is something
recent.
to explain too a little bit, because most people on earth don't understand why they become so, why spirits become so attached to them.
Yes, and we didn't feel
And
so
didn't
much
really
attached to
know
them as
you were
much as
attached, did you?
a part of their experience now.
Yeah.
And so it was kind
Almost
of
like you are them. Almost.
yes, almost.
Yeah.
There is some awareness that we're not on the earth and that there is a woman on the earth, but
Yeah.
there is a feeling of a shared experience continually, shared experience. And
She's the sort of same as me.
yes, and sometimes we would be compulsing her to do the things that we did.
Yeah.
Cover over for your husband,
Yeah.
do the things, to work harder, be more like a good woman.
Yeah.
But then also there would be the rage all
Towards
the time.
men or whatever for doing it.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. And well, it just really feels like a shared experience that we had.
Yeah.
And even though we had rage with the men, we also were compulsing the women that, we know that now, but we didn't know that then.
Yeah.
We're just involved with the women, having the women do what they should do, and then also feeling very angry.
Yeah.
And what began to happen for some of us is that the women wouldn't do what the men wanted anymore.
Yeah.
And then we got very angry at the women.
Yeah.
And
to try to push them into doing what the men wanted.
So this happened over a period of 50 to 60 years for us.
Yeah.
So when we first passed, it was sort of like we were just with the women, doing the thing in our generations of our family.
Yeah.
Having her be a good woman, harbouring the resentment, feeling rageful, but she would want us to help her to do what was needed, to have the strength to do what was needed.
Yeah.
And we would be drawn to that and do that with her.
And even help her do it, like
give her
the strength.
physical strength to do the thing that
the
she
energy,
needed to
the
do.
energy to do it.
Yes.
Yeah.
But then obviously there's the anger as well that we have, but it's like it's a collective anger in our experience.
It was her anger as well as yours.
Yes, and now we understand it was heightened between us.
So it was sort of like her feelings went into you and your feelings went into her, and then as a result the feelings sort of grew and got multiplied through that experience.
Yes, yes. But it just felt like almost, and it did feel like we still weren't having our own life because we were embroiled in this with the women. And we really had little conscious awareness of self, just as we had very little conscious awareness of self on earth. But we felt very engrossed in this.
And this obviously went on for such a long time, like for almost the length of your life on earth.
Yes, it did. Well, yes, almost the length of. For some of us, longer than the length of our life on earth, and for some of us, about the same. And then there began to be changes on the earth where women wouldn't do what the men wanted.
Yeah.
The anger was so much then.
Yeah, in the women themselves.
Yes, and
also your anger mixing with theirs. Yeah.
Yes, and in us, it seemed that now anger became the dominant feeling between us.
Yeah. And
so we somehow that changed something in the dynamics. The anger began to consume us more, and the women became more consumed as well with
by
anger.
the anger too.
Yes.
Yeah.
And they still were getting strength from us because we were giving them strength in the anger now, strength to not do the things. But eventually, actually, it was that the anger became so consuming for us that we felt like now we're starting to lose energy.
Yeah.
And
starting to feel tired with it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And also the inability to have the feeling of doing the thing for the men. The women on earth were less worried about that, but we started to feel badly.
That you couldn't do those things anymore.
Yes, through the women.
Yeah.
And that's probably was the beginning of the shift away from being attached to the earth.
Yeah. Feeling like now it wasn't that attractive to be around these people on earth anymore.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep. Okay. Do you mind if anybody has some questions that they ask you something about it?
Okay.
If you can answer them, I
Yep.
can help as well.
Yep.
So,
Yep.
Nikki, you want to ask, and then we go to Sandra down the front.
Hi there. So I've got a question. So it sounds like as soon as you passed, you just were straight attracted to young women, rather than, let's say, like I've heard Jesus say that you can choose to go to your home initially in the spirit world if you want to.
Yeah.
But you actually chose. You were just immediately drawn.
Yeah.
To these young women because you felt the injustice.
Yes, it's
not
probably
really because of the
clearer
injustice,
to say that I felt so engrossed in what I thought was my purpose.
The purpose to please men, and the purpose to have, please your children, and the purpose to be a good woman.
That was my identity to me and my purpose. I wasn't very connected, I wasn't consciously aware of the injustice at that time. I can see in hindsight now that it was driving me, but I wasn't, it was my real drive was my sense of purpose.
Yeah. So
injustice was
can I just say what she's
calling
calling purpose, what Paloma's calling purpose is what I've been terming an addiction. So these are major addictions that were developed in the life to be a good woman, to do all the things that a good woman does, what she's been taught from childhood to do, what a good woman does. And I want to keep doing it. I've left Earth now, but I need to keep doing it. I need to. You don't even think that you need to. You just do it. It's not even a thought about it, Nikki. It's just like, I'm doing it.
Who I was, or my existence. It wasn't like I knew there was anything different.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
and I felt very certain that I must continue in my purpose.
The purpose being a good woman.
Yes, so you're very drawn by like a compulsion, frenzy type feeling.
Yeah, it's like a frenzy, but see, when I use the term frenzy, many of you think, it's urge really, but when I use that term, many of you think that you're conscious, but actually you're not. Most of you now, when you're in your addictions, you are not conscious. You just do them automatically. You have no idea you're doing them automatically. And this is what she was saying. She's saying on Earth Paloma was doing, and her group were doing these things automatically. They became a part of who they were. Doing these things become a part of their, what they believe is their very nature and their very purpose in life and everything. And so now there's no conscious decision anymore. You just do. You just do. Makes sense, Nikki?
Yeah.
And I would say now in hindsight that that urge felt like my will, or it was what I wanted, and so that was the direction that I took upon passing. I've only really gone through a process of entry to the spirit life at the point where I began to question my identity in that way. My question that there was a different purpose for me is the best way I know how to say that.
Yeah.
That I was more than that purpose.
Yeah. And that's only happened recently.
Yeah, very recently. Yeah.
So in other words, when we use the term earthbound, you could say Paloma and her group have been earthbound all that time, bound in the codependent relationship with the person on Earth, without even knowing that that's what was going on. It's just they felt it was necessary for life to stay in that place. Yeah.
It just was life. It wasn't even necessary for life. It just was. That was life.
This is what a woman should have as life.
Yeah. And I sort of you were asked earlier about the anger with the men, it wasn't even, we can see that we were with the women in that anger and heightening that, but there wasn't, we didn't call it anger. It was just this separation between us and men, where we swallowed injustice and we swallowed the rage, and then we encouraged the women on earth to do that as well. But the products of the anger were there in the fracturing between the men and the women, and even the women and their daughters, because the daughters imposed that upon them so strongly.
The mothers, you mean, impose it on their daughters?
Yes, yes. The daughter, the mother, and it's tricky because we impose it on our daughters, and then we impose it on these women that were like our daughters, and and then the daughters ask the daughters then imposed it on.
And were you even aware that you thought you were helping them?
No.
And that's an addiction, isn't it? Addictions are done just for you. So you're not even aware. You don't even convince yourself that you're helping somebody. You just do. You know. Yeah.
We really lacked a lot of. I suppose perhaps as it began to break down, that's when we started to try to convince ourselves that we were doing it for them.
When the awareness begins, that's when you try to convince yourself that everything's good and
that we were doing the right thing.
That's right.
But before then, we didn't even really.
No. It's sort of, isn't it? As you do it until the awareness grows that something's wrong. And then once the awareness grows something's wrong, then you try to convince yourself that you should keep doing it because the addiction's still. So you try to convince yourself that it's right to do it. So it's really weird because the conscience is starting to bother you at this stage. And so now what you're really doing is you're in an argument with yourself about why you should keep going. Does that make sense? Yeah. And so you argue with yourself for a while, and that while can be a long while, and then you start realising, no, I'm actually doing the wrong thing, so I need to stop. You know.
Yeah, and
So we're going to go to Sandra next, if that's all right, Clara, and then we're going to go to Di at the back.
Hi, Paloma. I'm just I was writing it as you were speaking. A question about like the connection between the feeling. Is it like a feeling of agreeing on the same topic on that issue, whatever it is? So say I need to pander to a man.
It's not even that aware. It's nowhere near that aware.
Yeah, so we again, like Jesus is saying, we didn't say, oh, let's find some women we agree with. But actually, one of the damaging things that we are coming to terms with now is that some of the women were just from our culture. And they didn't necessarily have all of the same beliefs as us because they were young. And we kind of were with them. And then we began to, again, and we didn't know this, but we began to impress upon them all of our feelings. And it really moulded their feelings into being very much the same as our own. But because they were young, they didn't yet share our same feelings. And it was all feelings. It wasn't believing. The feelings are believing, but it was... we were really continuing to act in what was our purpose on earth, what we called our purpose on earth, which was to have a society and to be women in a certain way within that society. And so we were drawn to women in our same culture and society, and then we were with them from a very young age, and we continued to impress upon them that approval for certain, well, we just impressed our will, I suppose it was, but then as if they ever had a feeling that was sort of separate from our feelings, then we used a lot of guilt, and we used, which would have been our own guilt. Again, it was quite difficult to discern a difference at times, but it was sort of almost like the way that we were suppressing them is the way that we suppressed ourselves. And so it was very second nature. We were used to suppressing our own feelings of happiness, using guilt and using duty and using certain kind of like self-hatreds, if you like, self-judgments towards ourselves, and then we just did that to the women we were with on earth. Until really there was the same feeling between us.
Yeah, so Sandra, if you think about your mother or your grandmother, they want you to act the way they act. And it's not even a conscious decision on their part to try to make you act the way they act. They just want you to act the way they act, so they do everything in their power to make you act the way they act. Now, if that means when you're not acting the way they act, they just criticise you, and that's what they'll do. You know, you're drawn into doing it because you want the person to act the way you act, right? And so it's not. You're all thinking that it's a conscious choice, but these are emotional feelings that drive the actions. It's like, I can't bear the feeling that this woman I'm connected with is gonna not do this for her husband, because then I'll feel guilty and she'll feel guilty. I can't bear it, so now all my guilt, I'm connected to her body during this phase, so they're actually physically connected to her body, connected to her thoughts as well, and so they actually cause the person to feel they've done the wrong thing when they didn't do, give the husband what he wanted.
Like she would start to believe that she'd done the wrong thing when she'd never thought whether it was right or wrong. Because we felt so strongly it was the wrong thing and we were so attached to her, she felt our feeling as her own until it became her own.
So by the time it went on for years and years and years, now she's say in her 40s or 50s, and now she thinks this is how she feels.
And really she does feel that way. That's part of the
She's
problem
absorbed
now.
it,
Yeah.
So it's like the grooming process, I suppose, that you've been always describing to us. Like
Yeah, but it's not as conscious as you believe. It's very I wouldn't like to call it subconscious, because there are emotions driving the entire thing, and all selfish. They're all this is how I feel, and I need to make this woman needs to feel the same way as I feel. Is the underlying belief, but you're not even aware of that as a belief. You're just doing it. Does that make sense to you?
It does. And the anger that came when the women decided, no, I want to do things differently, is the anger is then at the women themselves? Like, is that what happened? Like, or is it at the men still? Yeah, or is it two?
So anger at a feeling of being unable to meet our own addictions.
Or the woman like if the
woman the woman's helping them meet their own addictions.
Yeah,
so when the woman's no longer able to, but then they feel like we're no longer able to meet our own addictions. So now we're angry with the woman for not doing what we need her to do, because this was our whole role, is to help her do that.
And again, not very conscious really. No. That we maybe began to be conscious of that when we realised after time that now we're angry at the women, but like, why are we angry with the women? We were still trying to make women meet our addictions through our engagement with them. This is as we became more conscious, because in the beginning, when she is doing our will and fulfilling our purpose and believing it's her purpose, and we have that shared thing, there's no consciousness on our part. There was no like self-awareness really. It was only when there was some disruption that then we started to feel angry with the woman, but not even then in a very conscious way, like, oh, we'll be angry with her and then she'll do what we want. It was more just like anger that what had been working was no longer working. And now as time progresses, we come to understand that we were angry because she would no longer help us to avoid our true angers, which are actually about men, which now we're starting to deal with. Now the work comes to actually face ourselves. But of course there's a lot of sadness about the waste of time, but also the
The regret of
the delusion,
them
yes, and the influence upon the earth. Yeah.
Thank you for that.
So Di was next.
Hi, Paloma. I've got a couple of questions. You sort of already answered, I think, the first question, which was what actually made you, what instigated the change? And I gather from what you just said, it's when the women on Earth started to not do what you wanted. If that hadn't happened, would you still be doing? Would you have just continued, or was this?
Yeah, I can't really see how we would have really changed it.
So that was like the thing
yes.
that instigated a change.
I suppose over time, I suspect that there would have been a growing self-awareness, perhaps, and a weariness, but I think perhaps. It's hard to know.
So it's basically not getting your addiction met is what made you realise that.
Yeah, but even then she didn't think of it that way.
No.
It was sort of like, I just need to do this, and the girl isn't doing it, and I needed to do it, and now I'm angry with her because she's not doing it. You know, like. But even I'm not even thinking I'm even angry. I'm just angry. Like.
Yeah, I'm angry, and now I understand. I was angry at the woman, but at the time it just felt like, well, no, now I'm angry that I can't fulfil my purpose. Is how it felt, and I understand now that was I can't fulfil it through the woman, and now I'm angry at the woman. But at the time, it was just a sort of rage of feeling I can't fulfil my purpose.
Yeah. It's interesting, Di, because the emotions you have that you're going to need to work through with men are very much along the lines of what these women experienced. Yeah, because you're going to need to get to a stage where you feel like, I really want to meet this addiction in men, and it's not working. You know, I really want other women to meet the same addiction, and this is why sometimes you sort of have these questioning moments where you wonder whether, say, Elo's being loving in a certain situation, because you want Elo to do what you do, you know, with men, and so it's a very similar sort of feeling that these girls have too. They want the woman on Earth to do what they're doing, because it's the right thing to do. You know, why aren't you doing it? You know, and then it takes time when they realise, when the person on Earth stops doing it, then they feel angry and they go. But see, anger for a person who's calmly, if we can call it calmly, did this all of their life, the anger is a very unpleasant feeling. Do you understand?
Yes.
But the anger is also the beginning of awareness.
Yeah.
And can I ask a second?
Yeah.
Also, did you come from a culture where you believed in life after death? Did you realise you had died?
Yeah, that's a good question, because yes, we're all Roman Catholics, but we didn't really question anything. It's an interesting thing now to reflect upon for each of us, that we would have said we were had a strong faith, if you like, and a strong belief in the afterlife, but at the time of our passing, which was really as elderly women, we felt so connected to this single purpose that it drove everything that happened as soon as we passed. And we did not even think, we didn't even consider really even that we had passed, or where we were, or what had happened. It wasn't that we thought we were still alive, but we imagine it's a lot like you living your life, that you don't really think about what you're doing most of the time. You're just doing it because it's the way that you live, and you are guided by a certain sense of purpose, and that governs your every decision, and you don't really think about yourself in that process. That's what it was like. And it was so emotional. We just shared in the emotions of the people on Earth, and we really had little conscious awareness of self.
It's interesting, Di, because most people on earth have no idea why they like other people and why they don't like different people. They've got no idea why. And it's all because the addiction is in play so strongly. It's just automation. It's just, I'm doing it now. This person's nice, I like him. This person I don't like him for some reason, I don't really care why. You know what I mean? There's no decision in it. There's no acknowledgement of the person's character or nature or personality in it or anything. It's just, I like this person, I don't like that person. The person you like could be a murderer. You know, oftentimes you think with abortions, the person you like might be a murderer 3 times over, and you like him. And then there's a guy who's never murdered his whole life, never harmed anybody in any way his whole life, but you don't like him. And most people have no idea why. No idea. It's a feeling, you see. One meets the addiction, the other doesn't.
And even if I could give you an example, it's like with my daughter who I was around after I first passed. I would be with her in her home and we would be, I didn't really think of myself, but we prepared the dinner. It was my granddaughter's birthday. I was at the birthday. We did all the things that we needed to do to make the birthday special, but I was just a part of that without thinking, am I alive? Am I really here? Do they really talk? I was just a part of the emotions driving all of the actions that my daughter took, all of the experience with my whole family I was a part of, but I didn't consider where I was in that. I was so engrossed in the emotions and particularly in impressing upon my daughter and many of my female relatives at that time. Of course, it went on beyond my daughter to my granddaughter doing these things, but impressing upon her, or even, it wasn't even impressing upon her that I thought of it. I was just having my feelings about what should happen next.
Maybe I can
and
describe a little.
now I know that was pushed onto her, but I just felt like we were doing the thing that we should do next together.
Yeah. It's so much so that every conversation her daughter heard, she heard. Every conversation her daughter replied to, she influenced the reply.
I was a part of it.
She was a part of the reply. Everything that her daughter did action-wise, preparing every meal, she prepared the meal with her. It was like she was preparing it too. It's like there's so strong a connection in these conditions that it's like you're hearing the conversation, you're participating in the very thing that your daughter's participating in. The whole life, everything, and then anything you don't want to participate in, like let's say sex with the husband, you get out then. But for the rest of the time, you're there the entire time.
And it's almost like those things, like you're saying, there were certain areas of life that I didn't want or feel attracted to participating in, is probably the most correct way, because again, I didn't think, oh, I must go now. It was like I naturally just wasn't there, but I wasn't really anywhere else. It's sort of like sleeping, I suppose, for a person.
Waiting for the person to get over that thing they're doing so you can get back.
And be back with them.
Yeah. Angela was next, and then we've come to Brittany.
Hello, I wonder if you could tell us how long it was from the time that the women on Earth
stopped.
Yeah, broke the addiction or the codependency, or became at least aware of it to a degree that it started to affect you, or how long did it take till the point where you then started to feel your side of the equation?
Probably 5 or 6 years. But that was just the beginning. Because then...
When you say 5 or 6 years, was it 5 or 6 years into it, or 5 or 6 years ago?
5 or 6 years into it, yeah. Into us not being able to just share the experience 100%. We then...
So not 5 or 6 years after they passed?
No. Just, yeah. And then 5 or 6 years of this, it wasn't working anymore.
Yeah.
But you still want it to work.
But I still was intent on it working and sort of believing that it would. And that, I would say, at the 5 or 6 year mark is where I started to gain self-awareness. in the whole process. So before then, I wasn't even really aware of the anger that I was putting out, or the attempts to control the situation back to how it was before then. It was like a seamless connection, and then there was 5 or 6 years of where the connection was no longer seamless, but I was acting in rage to try to get it to be seamless, but I still had no self-awareness of what I was doing, that I was even harming anyone on earth through that rage. It was at this 5 or 6 year mark where I suddenly kind of became aware that I was impacting people on earth, and I was separate from the people on earth. Yeah.
Mind you, if you think about that 5 or 6 year period, you can see straight away, can't you, that all through that period, if the girl on earth had made a conscious decision to actually stop the interaction completely, then of course that would have had a marked effect, wouldn't it, on Bloom?
But because these were women from my family line, there was so many ways I see in hindsight that I was able to influence their guilt and their self-worth through my emotions being so similar in their signature, if you like, to theirs. And really through my disapproval, which I didn't really understand.
The effect it had.
I suppose I didn't have the awareness that they weren't naturally sharing my experience. They were sharing my experience, but I didn't think about it. I didn't think that that wasn't a welcome thing, or that that wasn't a natural thing, or that that wasn't, or even, I didn't even really think that it was a shared experience.
No.
I had no awareness that really there was an imposition of any kind.
Just.
So would someone like becoming aware of, so let's say your daughter or your granddaughter becoming aware of that there might be spirits around them and start trying to talk to you, would that also, do you think that would also throw a spanner in the works of the whole being addiction and not thinking it through, like that encourage more of a
Possibly, but there were occasions where my daughter and my granddaughter would speak to me kind of with reverence as a beloved loved one who had passed, and with deference, I suppose, and that did nothing. That did nothing to break. That did nothing in terms of me gaining awareness of how connected I was to them.
So if it was honour that was given, then it wouldn't break the connection.
There has to be a desire in that person to go, this connection is not working.
Correct.
That to be able to, for the spirits that are connecting to go, well, that's bad because I want to connect.
They would have had to point out my sin to me, and even then I probably would have
not listened.
I would have. I almost wouldn't have given it any credence. I would have sort of felt that they were misguided in some way, because clearly I loved them. Is sort of how I would have felt, and then I would have continued. So I think if I very much searched myself, I think it would have had to be an extremely strong and definite and consistent message, and a full awareness on the part of my daughter or granddaughter of who I was, what I was doing, and that it was wrong.
And also when it was happening.
And she would have had to persisted with me. It would have been quicker than the 6 years for sure, maybe 6 months, but she would have had to be consistently like that with me for that period of time. I think that's probably a realistic.
And also eventually convince Paloma that she was doing the wrong thing.
That's what I mean. It would have, but they probably could have, but they would have had to be very clear about. They would have had to have the awareness I have now, and be consistently telling me that. For that amount of time for me to perhaps take pause.
Yeah, and the problem with being in a codependent addiction, it's highly unlikely that one party will become aware, when the other party is still dependent as well.
And my daughter and granddaughter very much wanted me to have a kind of special place in the family, and they were very dependent on my daughter, very dependent on my validation as a woman, and so it's very difficult for my daughter to have understood what was happening, sadly.
That was.
How many women did you like join?
Yep.
In the course of this period of time when she was doing this.
How many sort of did I
Influence?
share?
Yeah.
I'd say about 20 in each generation. So even though I gave the example of my daughter, I was somehow able to be in this kind of experience with about 20 women for about 2 generations, so about 40 maybe 60 women. Sort of, I guess, I'm not still sure how that worked, but I'm very consciously aware now because of kind of awakening to the sin of it, of the gravity of it.
But there were some of these women who you were far more connected to than
Yes,
the others.
like my daughter, for example. Yeah. But there was a general sharing of energy with, say all the women were together, then I was somehow able to impress. Again, I didn't call it impressing, but I call it sharing. I call it sharing in the experience, I suppose. Being a part of the experience with them.
Yeah, I'm busting to go to the toilet. Are
Yeah,
any of you busting?
Let's. Because John's saying there's some other types of spirits as well who've had different types of. So maybe.
So can I just say to you, Paloma, thank you for coming and describing that, because I think it helps people want to sort of understand it's not as easy to give up as what they imagine it would be to give up. You know.
Yeah, and I feel like it's just so important that people understand that this is happening. Yeah, I have a lot of sorrow, obviously, about it happening, but I also can see how it's so, it feels like a natural process, and the more awareness there is on earth about what can happen and how to prevent it happening, it's very important.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, it's good. Thank you. Okay, let's just have a break for a bit. If we can come back fairly quickly, then we can. So we'll talk to one more group and then we'll call it a day. Yeah.
Okay, my name's Thomas.
Hey, Thomas.
And again, I'm coming to you from a place where some repentance has occurred, but
just learning still.
But still learning.
Yeah.
Great deal of pain for us.
Yeah.
And some fear in discussing with you what we've done, because there's a fear of being drawn back into the addictions that drove us.
Yeah, I've got you. Because you're still not really sure whether you've dealt with the addictions yet.
That's right. We're assured that we've dealt with some, and certainly we've gone through a lot of pain. But so we've had a lot of addictions to power, and
in what specific ways?
Glory and control that we've had to be working on.
Yeah. So power over
people's will.
Yeah. People in terms of generally, or men more, or women, or both?
Both.
Yeah.
Both. Certainly both.
Yeah.
So it's sort of interesting in a way, I suppose, in that we try to characterise what happened on the earth.
Sure.
We are all men.
Yeah.
But we were able to influence men and women. And we had to, what we call in 2 layers of influence. So the first was that we were able to join with people on earth who had the same addiction as us, or they had the makings of the same addiction.
So an addiction towards power and control of others.
Yes. And a great delight, we would even call it joy, at the ability to
manipulate
alter
people's
people's choices and will and really dominate them.
Yeah.
But the people we shared with, we listened to Paloma and she talked about the shared experience. The people we shared with were people who also took delight in those things.
Yes.
And now we understand we were influencing them.
Yeah.
But the second layer of influence that both we and the person on earth enjoyed was the people we influenced through our primary person on earth. Does that make sense?
Yes, like so you sort of connected to one person on earth who was in a position of power, or who wanted to be in a position of power.
Who wanted to be in a position of power.
And then through them you would influence other people, and you really enjoyed how much through them you could influence other people.
Yes,
yeah.
And dominate people and get people to do what
you want.
They didn't want to do, basically.
Yeah.
And we felt delight in doing that.
Yeah.
But the people we were engaged with on the earth, we shared their delight. We shared delight with them, I suppose.
And they liked it too, as much as you did.
Yeah. The tricky thing was that the people on earth weren't always honest about how much they were enjoying it. And to some degree they attributed their joys to other things, if that makes sense.
Can you give an example?
Yeah. Let me try to explain the concept, and then I'll try and give an example. So we would enjoy influencing people who had interactions with the person on earth via the person. How do we just say this?
It's all right, just take your time. The key is to follow the feeling, I suppose, and then you'll sort of be able to explain it, whatever.
Well, our primary joy was to manipulate and dominate people on earth.
And their decision-making
Their
processes.
decision-making, we could make them hurt themselves, we could make them feel badly about themselves, we could make them do things that they didn't want to do, and we just enjoyed that. We enjoyed having people doubt themselves. We enjoyed people...
So influencing their thought process, for example?
No. We did all this through the person on earth, through the words and actions of the person on earth.
Good.
So
you'd say just the right thing to the third party, through the person on earth, you'd say the right thing to the third party, and then the third party would get all down on themselves, or they'd get,
question themselves
or whatever.
Or feel frightened of the person on earth. That this is why we have
through whom you're influencing. You're the person you're influencing. So you're basically influencing the person on earth who wants power.
No, we're sharing in the
You're sharing the power, so they sharing the power, but in the process, you're even saying what they need to say, and all that kind of stuff as well.
Maybe I just need to give, like you said, my personal experience. So in my life on earth, I was a solicitor, and I didn't have a good relationship with my father growing up, or my mother, but primarily my father. I felt very put down by him. And I became a solicitor, and in my work as a solicitor, I came to see that I was given certain levels of power, certain levels of respect. People, I had knowledge in my job, and I had the power to affect the course of people's lives.
Even the decisions and the agreements they made and everything.
The decisions, the agreements, the criminal outcomes, all kinds of things.
Yeah.
I suddenly had power over the direction of people's lives. So I could influence their financial decisions, their property decisions. I could be the reason they're in jail or not. I knew the law, if you like, and I also had the power to shape people's future and their feelings. And I came to love that.
Yep.
And so when I passed, I immediately sought out other people like myself.
Yeah.
But again, much like Paloma's experience, I would say it was driven by compulsion, because I didn't want to face my life. I would say, listening to Paloma's story, that I had more conscious awareness
than she had. Yeah.
Because I had...
Because you could feel the enjoyment of the feeling, is that why you had more conscious awareness?
Yes. And I could see outcomes. I could see the results. And I had seen that in my life on earth. And I wanted that feeling more.
Yeah.
More and more.
So you knew that through your actions, people's lives were being affected.
Yes. Yeah. And I loved it.
Yeah.
I loved it with a passion. It was joy to me.
Yeah.
And I wanted more.
Yeah.
And so in my career, if you like, after death, there was about 4 people that I really had this kind of now influence upon.
Yeah.
But they were individuals.
Yeah.
Each time. So I did this for a long time.
Yeah.
Like over 100 years I was doing this with people. A different person each generation, if you like.
Yeah.
And I found the person, much like what you were saying earlier today, who had the correct injuries, so if it was a woman, it was usually that she had experienced some sense of power with her father, and enjoyed that, and then I could connect with her, and we would both enjoy this feeling of power over men, and this power over their decisions, and this power to make both men and women feel badly. It's sort of like having a dominance over people's well-being and their life. And I'm pained to say that I've influenced suicides.
Yeah.
That not
participated in the suicide itself.
I haven't connected to the person who is suiciding, but I have connected to the person on earth who would influence the person to suicide.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then there was men that I connected to, and they were often seeking power from a similar place to myself, wanting to feel power over a father,
so
where
the
they had felt
fundamental
powerless.
injury was power over father.
Yes, power over father.
But they didn't see it like that, like you didn't see it like that.
No. Nobody saw it.
Yeah.
We just saw pleasure. We just felt pleasure at this power.
Yeah.
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 Yeah. And sometimes we give the man a taste of it. Does that make sense?
Yes.
In order to get him
sort of
hooked
lead
on
him
it.
into it. Yeah.
So he'd never experienced power with a man, but then I would come and influence his feelings and actions in a certain way, and he would experience power over a man for
and
the
he'd
first
realise
time.
what caused him to feel that power, and then he'd start engaging that action more frequently.
Oh no, I didn't have to do that. He just had to feel the pleasure of it,
yeah.
and want more of that,
Yeah.
want more power, and then he didn't even have to have the conscious thought. I could just affect his decisions and his words from then on.
Yeah.
Same with the women.
Yeah.
You know, that she'd already experienced the sense.
So there was
of power.
one woman you were referring to in particular, isn't there?
but she'd already sensed the joy, the power over her father, and so
Yeah.
she was extremely easy
To influence in that regard.
yeah.
Good on. Yeah, and as you said, Thomas, it was so 100 years or so this went on. What caused you to sort of realise it was going on and realise that it wasn't good?
Such a difficult process.
It's difficult, isn't it, to say there was sort of one thing, because it's always little tiny things that sort of build into the growing awareness.
Yes, and I wish I could say that it was a sense of conscience, but really it was a sense of, I suppose initially, like even just a hint of dissatisfaction where once there was delight. Just a hint of something, and a feeling of being less able, like being somehow limited.
In other words, your own personal power feeling more limited.
Yes.
Yeah. So you started to become a bit sensitive to the fact that every time you did it, your own power.
Yeah, I felt weak, like a weakness in my body, a weakness in my will, a weakness in my ability to transmit.
Which is a
my
result
desires.
of the law being imposed upon you.
Yep.
But at the time, you wouldn't have thought of it that way either.
No, and I, as the weakness grew, so did a sense of sort of dissatisfaction, and the lack of joy, like a lack of joy, became unpleasant. I felt frustrated, but still there was no sense of me doing anything wrong. It wasn't that I had a moment of
sort of clarity or
conscience or that I was stopped, I think, as you say, through the operation of the law.
Yeah, in a way you could say the law was working on you to prevent you eventually from doing it if you continued it.
And that's how I also got more awareness of the relationship between myself and the person on earth. So I suppose Paloma describes a change in the people on earth, whereas I felt like suddenly I just couldn't communicate. I became aware of how much I was communicating to the person on earth when they suddenly weren't feeling me anymore,
or
like hearing me.
Yeah.
And before that point, it was so seamless that it helps a person to have less awareness of their own influence, if that makes sense. When the person on earth is so open and desirous of the same thing, you don't realise how much you're actually, how much your feelings and your will are becoming imposed or becoming a part of their own or heightening theirs. And then when they don't hear or feel it as much, then you start to realise, and then you feel frustration. You start to realise, oh, there must have been something going there that is now no longer going there. It's hard to describe. Does that make sense?
So are you aware now that sort of the law was reducing your own power to actually engage this kind of influence? Or is it, because that's what was happening there.
Yes, I think I've come to understand that. But I had to go through quite a lot of misery before I was willing to even consider that there was a problem with what I had been doing. So I gained an awareness of what I had been doing before I gained an awareness that there was any sin in it.
Yeah. And so when you say misery too, you're talking now not just about sort of emotional misery, but like the physical sensations of pain and suffering in your body as well.
A feeling of lack of energy, apathy, physically being unable to move, feeling everything's dirty, everything's dark, feeling...
So starting to almost be gravitating towards your final abode in the spirit world.
And the grief and pain when one realises just how much worse you made that destination. It would have been bad when I passed,
but not as bad as what it ended up being.
It's almost Well, it is horrifying when I compare what it would have been to what it was when I eventually went there.
Yeah, yeah. So for you guys, you know, he's giving Mary pictures and me pictures about it. But it's like a very large difference between when he first arrived in his state of unconsciousness or semi-consciousness, you could say, about what he was doing. If he had stopped then, he would have been in a certain place in the hell still, but not anywhere near where he ended up in the hills after 100 years later.
Yeah, there would have been and correct me if I'm not saying this correctly, but it feels to me like there would have been more of God's compassion in the place where I first went to. Correct. Because there was
less of a consciousness about the acts.
That's right, and less of a decision. It was sort of like I'd grown up into a state, and I'd engaged with, through my career, I'd engaged with this sin almost in a experimental way, and I came to enjoy it, and I came to develop arrogance, certainly, and I came to not treat people well, but the scope of it was still very driven by some early childhood experiences that I had then made very poor decisions about.
Particularly your dad, right?
Yeah. And so God's compassion, when I was shown the picture, because I was shown a picture of what it would have been.
It stopped there.
Once I started the process of dealing with things, I was shown the picture, and it was much brighter, and there was so many sort of
aids or assistance.
Yes, opportunities to help me to just correct, sort of, it was almost simpler, the sin then.
Yeah.
The career I had after my career on Earth, this earthbound career, it was much darker. And it's something, I suppose, that I want to say about sin, is that even in your life on Earth, there's sort of an innocence to your sin, and then there are opportunities to either deal with it or really
work through the motive for it.
Work through it and face it, or to really create more sophisticated ways of engaging it. And I certainly, as I lived in my life, there was sort of a limit because of old age where it didn't get more sophisticated, if that makes sense.
Because you didn't have the energy anymore.
I had my career, I developed a certain level of arrogance, I became an old man and died, but then, because I hadn't dealt with that primary experience, and I had come to enjoy these addictions, then I became more sophisticated. I made that choice.
And made purposeful decisions of how to become more sophisticated as well.
And I feel the penalty has been worse upon myself because of the sort of gravity of what I've chosen to do, but also because I was in many ways more conscious than Paloma and her group.
No, I understand. Okay. Do you mind if a few people ask questions before you go?
Sure.
Okay. Ella, you want to start, and then we'll go to Archie.
When you say you became more sophisticated in the way that you did it, what do you mean?
Well, I began to engage other people on Earth to gain power and control over third parties on Earth. Whereas in my life, when I had a physical body, I was just doing that directly. But when I passed, then I employed the will and desire of a person on the Earth, and I heightened their feelings of powerlessness for a time so that they would seek more power. And then once they sort of had shared in that desire for power that I had, then we went on this career of basically affecting many, many people in many ways, exerting power over their will and their choices. And because I was hidden in that process, it was more sophisticated and there was more avenues to do it. When I was a solicitor, I was engaged in a certain work life that afforded me those opportunities. But when I was a spirit only, I had the opportunity to influence multiple different people in various contexts. It was more sophisticated just by definition.
And but also, can I say, Earl, too, what he also means by sophisticated is he became cleverer at it.
Oh.
He became like...
he developed the skill.
Yeah.
Is it because all your focus was now on it, rather as when you were on
Well,
Earth?
it's like you, when you do something for a long time, you get better at it.
Yeah. And did you also pick out some people then that you got to target to feel these things, or who suicided or whatever? Did you all, like, how did those, like, did you target them and sort of set those meetings up? And if so, how did that occur from...
Well, yes and no. So I was opportunistic, obviously, because a person on Earth, as you know, you encounter, I don't know, maybe
in the course of a day,
20 people in a single day. And so there's opportunities in all of those interactions.
To pull them down and make them feel doubts and make them feel like they're doing the wrong thing. And
But obviously there was certain people that I could feel, and even most of you can feel, when there's a person in front of you who has more fear or less sense of worth, or lacks confidence, has a particular worry. And because I could feel that very clearly, those people would be more targeted, because obviously I could get more of the feelings of power in my interactions with them.
Thank you.
Okay, who was next? It was Archie.
When you say, like, with your experiences with your father, like, what actually happened in that relationship?
Good question.
So, he would continually make me feel like I was inadequate, that I didn't measure up as a boy, let alone a man, that I wasn't strong, that I wasn't tough, that I was... he would tell me that I was good for nothing, that I didn't have the qualities of a man, and he would dominate me. He would physically, with violence, he would hit me for very small things or almost nothing at all, and he believed that he should mould me into a good man through physical violence.
Mould him into a man that his father could be proud of.
Yeah. And unfortunately, I chose, rather than to feel the fear I had in that interaction, in that relationship, and the sadness, I chose to really try to get revenge on my father through my career, really, through my chosen profession.
But of course his father was in the spirit world, so he can't get direct revenge on his father. So now he's trying to just get revenge through people he can control and dominate.
I was really trying to take out all of my pent-up rage and powerlessness with my father on people around me.
Yeah, so you sort of like taking power over others to avoid that, also as an expression of sort of your rage with your father.
Yeah, what I would have liked to do with him, I suppose.
Yeah, that's good. Let's go to Charlie, actually.
When you decided to break your addiction with a person and then left them, did that look like for the person that you left? Like, how did that affect them if you had been influencing them for a long time?
I didn't leave them before they died.
So you were with every person you influenced, and you're with them to death.
Yeah, and except for the last person, where probably the last two people I felt weak. I felt weaker with the second last person, but still very able. And then with the last person, I just got weaker and weaker. But they were probably about 50 when I left them, and then they themselves were sort of old.
But also with the same addiction.
And because my influence had been weakening, they didn't feel it as a sudden change, and they also had the same addiction. So I would say that they were in a very similar state to myself when they passed.
And also, it was you that was prompted to break away. It didn't really have anything to do with the person you were influencing.
No.
That's correct, yeah.
Thank you.
It's sad, isn't it? Because it means that until the Spirit stops his influence, the people on earth are not even hardly conscious of what's going on or hardly aware at all. And so the trouble with that is, by the time that person passes, they're going to be in the same state as the person who influenced them was, and then the whole cycle will probably begin again with the influence they bring to bear on earth and so forth. So it's quite sad in that regard, because it's unfortunate that people on earth don't know, because if the people on earth knew and actually wanted to do something about it, then the cycle for the next generation is the ability to stop. But because the people on earth are now in the same addiction and they don't know why, by the time they pass, they're also now going to probably do the same thing as what Thomas did.
Yeah, and can I say, they need to know the cause of their problem, because some of them did know of me. They didn't know it was me and my name was Thomas, but they knew, in a way, they knew that, well, they had a tendency to take it on as themselves, but it's like if you had have told them I was there, they would have said good.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So they wanted it.
Yeah.
And they knowingly wanted it. It wasn't unconscious.
Well, they didn't.
They knowingly wanted the addiction.
Yeah.
They didn't know that it came along with a person.
They were quite happy doing what they did once they saw the
Correct.
effects.
Correct. They quite happily wanted power over others.
I suppose we should go back to my earlier comment, which was sometimes they weren't honest with themselves about how much they were enjoying it, but they certainly were enjoying it.
Is that because if they thought about it, they could maybe see that it is probably pretty bad?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it is very
And they
bad.
wanted to think of themselves as better people than they were. Like me when I was on earth, I wanted to think I was a good, upstanding member of society.
So they wanted to think they were good with that, but still get the power.
That's right.
And they would, for example, I admitted before about the suicide, and I would never have. The person on earth didn't consciously think, oh, good, I got them to suicide, and they didn't actually think, oh, I want that person to suicide. They just thought, oh, I enjoy this interaction with this person. I enjoy feeling more powerful, more superior. I enjoy that they're feeling bad.
And they might have heard about the suicide afterwards, and not even thought that it had anything to do with them.
Nothing. That's what happened. They didn't think it had anything to do with them. I had more conscious awareness at that time, and I didn't see a problem with it. But that was probably the beginning of the limitations that I started to feel after that event. Yeah.
Can we go Tristan, Nikki, and then the last one will be Nina.
So, as far as you're aware, were you the first one in this whole process? Did you have a spirit who also...
I'm not aware. I suspect I'm going to learn that there was, but it's not something...
It wasn't the first, no?
Do you know where they are? Are they in the worst place or the same place?
I don't know them. Yeah.
Actually, we can ask John if you want.
I'd be interested, but that's what you guys want to do.
That's a good question, because a lot of people, even when they go through this, they don't realise that, I was even influenced. The very thing I'm doing to these people that I'm conscious of doing, someone was actually conscious of themselves doing it to me.
Could we just, because we're going to lose Thomas if we go too much further down that route. We come back to that with John, because Thomas is feeling pretty shook.
Like that's a fairly... It's not something Thomas has contemplated at this point. Mickey?
Hi, Thomas. So I've just got a question about your process of awareness.
Yeah.
And how you then start linking that with your sadness and fear with your father. So
how did that linkage occur? Is that
yeah,
what you're asking?
so what's the process? Did you start feeling like some repentance first about what you did to the people?
So it was sort of like the restriction, the lethargy, the apathy, the feeling.
So the physical pains and the emotional pains.
Physical restriction, feeling kind of frustration, like a discontent, and then there was kind of a gradual. There was a point of awakening to sin, which was like all of that. I suppose we could call awakening to sin. But there was a point where I remember it first struck me that I had done something wrong, and that was obviously it started intellectually, but then there was an emotional opening to that. But it wasn't like I was feeling the pain of what I'd done to other people. I just was sort of then overwhelmed with sort of physical pain.
Feeling your own pain.
Yeah.
So you're still in a selfish place, you would say,
yes,
at that point?
Yes, I would say, yes, exactly. It
Yeah.
was very it was very much about me. And I feel like I'm only just now, part of me coming to your talk this afternoon and coming here to talk is a part of me. Now I'm gaining the intellectual awareness of the origins of my sin, like that it was about my relationship with my father, and I haven't really commenced the healing of that relationship. I've had to go through a lot of recognition of my own sin, and I have also now started to feel the pain at what I have done to others. Before I'm really, I still feel very much in the pain of what I've done to others. I'm not yet really feeling the pain of that relationship with my father.
Right.
Intellectually, I'm aware now, but the greatest pain and the consuming pain I feel is about what I've done to others. But I first was in a pain of just like pain of my own pain.
Yeah. So selfishly oriented, well, my body's feeling pain now. I've got emotional pain and I've got a lot of physical pain. Haven't got the energy anymore. What's going wrong? You know, and as he said, it's quite torturous, like in your body, and also in the spirit world. There's no medication. You can't take a pill and get out of it. There's no painkillers. There's no like popping a headache tablet or something like that to get out of the pain. It's like it's raw. It's raw and it's constant and it builds. So, you know, frequently that's the only thing that stops the person who's sinning is their own pain.
So it's pretty unbearable basically at that point, and you were just.
Well, when you say unbearable, there was no option to bear it or not. It just like.
You're forced into bearing it.
I bore it, and it was very painful.
That's why it feels like torture.
Yeah. And even now, as I've been sort of connecting to the pain of what I've done to others, there has been moments where I almost prefer the first pain. I almost wish to be back in the first pain that felt so overwhelming, because the pain of what I've done to others feels excruciating at times.
So the emotional pain, what he's experiencing now, is the emotional pain is actually worse than the physical pain. Does that make sense?
Yes,
Nicky?
it does, yeah.
This is how many of you are. You would prefer to feel physical pain than you would to have the emotional pain.
Yes. So the emotional pain of the impact you had on others' lives, you're at that point at the moment.
Yeah.
Basically. So like you said, you've not actually touched on, well, what was done to me for me to then get to this point where I hurt these people.
No, and I don't know if I could do it any other way. I know sometimes you want to do it another way, but I can't see how. And even now I feel like, how can I feel the pain of what was done to me when I've not yet come to terms with what I've done?
And many of you believe that you can go through the pain of what is done to you and skip over all the pain of what you've done to others. And frequently we tell you you're not in repentance yet at all, and yet you don't believe us. But this is the fact. The fact is, until you work through and acknowledge the pain you've done to others in your addictions, you are not going to be able to get to what's been done to you.
It feels to me that until I am willing to face the gravity of what I've done, I can't fully know what I've done. Sorry.
I think that's true. I think you're spot on, Thomas. Makes sense, Nikki?
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Most of you are trying to go, oh, if I focus on what's being done to me, then everything will be sorted. I'm sorry. You're going to have to first focus on what you do to others, and then you'll start to see what's being done to you to cause you to do what you do to others. Does that make sense?
And even in my life on earth, I knew I didn't have a good relationship with my father. I knew that he was an authoritarian and quite mean. But that didn't stop anything or help me any. I
still wanted his addiction. Yeah. Very important thing to remember this, Nikki, because you're very apt to try to go to the end and you're trying to skip over all the things you're doing to other people in the interim, and you're not going to be able to solve the problems this way. Yeah, the law, God's law actually of compensation, demands that you first become aware of all your internal pain, your own internal pain physically, and generally people start looking at it and then they start feeling emotionally what they've done to others, and it's only after that they start seeing what was done to them to cause that. And this is why Tristan's question earlier about, somebody influencing you is tricky for Thomas to think about, because there's a desire in Thomas to actually go straight to there and be angry about that without seeing actually, no, I've got to do the process he's in. He's got to do the process he's in. Do you understand?
Yes.
Because he knows that if I go down that track that Tristan, is what Tristan said, it's true. But if he goes down that track now when he hasn't yet dealt with this stuff about what he's done to others properly, then he's going to have a strong tendency to blame somebody else for his own actions.
I would say actually at this point I feel I'm just actually reminded that I'm feeling and this is something where as I'm going through my sin, I go through periods of feeling that I'm not worthy of any sympathy, and it's actually a bit about that as well. Like I don't want to focus on sharing the responsibility for what I've done.
You feel so bad about what you've done, and you realise that a lot of it was driven by your own passion and desire to do it.
I want to see that now.
Yeah. And then when something distracts you from that, you start going, I don't want to get too distracted from that either. You sort of have this sensation that, and also you've got to be careful in this phase that it's not becoming self-punishing.
Yeah, that's what I've been reminded of as I'm talking to you. John is sort of reminding me just not gently, like there's some self-punishment here which is causing me not to. And as part of the purpose of coming is to help me open up to the whole picture. Because I haven't wanted to do that. I've not wanted to see it at all, and now I see it and I feel the pain of it, but I don't want to really yet connect it to my father emotionally, and also that there were other people influencing me in my
addiction.
And in my how I was harmed, exploiting how I was harmed. I'm so focused on how I've exploited others' harm.
Good question, Nikki. Now you're good. So we have one more. Rob, thank you. It's Robert over there.
Thanks for coming, Thomas. I just wonder if you ever had an opportunity to change by someone giving you the truth through your career?
On earth or in the spirit?
Either or.
Okay. Yeah, good question.
On earth, no, never. I don't even feel that anyone not even my wife or anyone ever
Noticed.
know, or everyone seemed to tolerate what I was doing. I can see now in my spirit career, there were times when brighter spirits obviously were coming to the earth to try to awaken me from what I was doing, but I paid them no mind.
Yeah. This is a blessing of hearing things on earth, even if what you're doing is sin, and even if you get angry about it. And there's many people actually I've told direct to their faces that have the same problem Thomas had, as Thomas is aware. So there's people who come along to, even regularly, to our groups here that I've told have the same problem and are going to end up in the same place as what Thomas is in now. And they completely ignore me about it. But to have that, there is a chance that when they do arrive there, that they won't continue to engage for as long. You know, this is the blessing of being honest with people on earth, even if there's seemingly no change in their behaviour. Yep.
And can I say that from the point that I was willing to open to my emotional pain, through that period of physical pain, which was quite intense, I was alone. As soon as I opened to my physical pain, there was so much help. People wanted to help me understand what I had done.
I understand why. Yeah. Else?
Did you know about the afterlife on Earth?
No. I would say in my heart I was an atheist. But that's what helped me do a lot of the things that I did.
Aaron, can I just get Aaron, you're in this state too, by the way.
I was going to ask about the addictions in play, not with the spirit you're influencing, but the third party.
Who was being influenced by us collectively?
Yeah.
Yeah. Often it was not wanting to feel fear, wanting...
You mean the addictions in the person you were third-hand influencing?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. So refusal to feel fear, a desire to get approval from an overbearing parent at its source. There's more things that I'm still coming to understand, but and it's a strange thing because I've known how to manipulate these things in people without being able to name them. I've known them without consciously identifying them. It's an interesting thing then to go through the pain of realising, but now to name them. So refusal to feel fear and a belief that pleasing a nasty or manipulative person will
bring benefits,
bring safety, or bring desire to like a feeling of feeling lesser than others. So believing me and the person on earth when we give our quote unquote expert opinion.
Expert in quotations, yes.
Yep. So feeling I couldn't know anything and other people know better than me. Believing that other people have more worth than me, so therefore I should listen to them. Also just being able to seem wise to another person, like seem perceptive to the other person.
So we're still talking about the third party here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Our kind of ability to seem perceptive to another person, cause them to listen more to us.
Aaron, it's interesting you identify with the third party, but actually you have more emotions in alignment with Thomas than you realise. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So, yeah. And you are quite influenced by spirits similar to Thomas? interestingly.
Pup. Yeah.
Make sense to you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't ever remember being put down by my father though.
No, but if you think about, again, what you feel when you're around men, what are your feelings around men?
I haven't really thought about it.
Yeah, yeah. You need to think about it more. What if I leave that question with you, and we can sort of discuss it more later, maybe? Yeah, because it's an important thing to bear in mind, because the kind of injuries you have are the kind of injuries that Thomas could have manipulated into being the first party that he connects to. Does that make sense? Yeah. And then he would then influence others through you in the same, because of some of the injuries you have. So the key is to identify those injuries. So there's some level of arrogance there, some level of feeling that you understand more than everybody else understands around you. But a lot of it is information fed to you. And then inside of you, there's this highly critical feeling of people. And these kind of feelings cause you at times to feel superior to others. And then that leaves you open to this kind of influence. Yeah,
yeah, it does, very much. Yeah. Don't take the path that I took.
Yeah. You're in danger of taking it. And you're sort of almost using divine truth as almost a vehicle to take it. If you're not careful, you're going to do that. And that's going to make it even worse if you do that. So it's very important that you sort through the issues emotionally. Yeah? And there's plenty around you who can help you. It's just whether you believe them or not is going to be the main issue. Yeah. Angela, do you want to ask anything more? Aaron? No?
Thomas, I wonder if you could tell us why you chose a woman, a child, a girl?
I think he's already explained that though, hasn't he? Did you get the explanation?
Yeah.
What was the explanation he gave? Can you remember?
Power over men.
Well, no, what happened with her father? What happened with her father? She felt she had some power over her father.
That's right. Yeah.
You remember?
Yes.
Yep. And then because she felt she had some power over her father and she enjoyed it,
yes,
it was easy for Thomas.
Yeah, it wasn't. My choices weren't really based on gender, more opportunity and sort of particular
injury.
Yeah, particular compatibility, I suppose. Yeah.
So maybe just so you understand, and this is not to embarrass Monica, but Mon has exactly the emotions that this man would have connected to. Monique has exactly the emotions that this man would have been able to connect to. And
he's saying I couldn't connect to you.
Right.
Yeah.
You have other injuries that perhaps leave you open to other male and female spirits, but they're not. They're not the same. Yeah. There's not the same pleasure at power. There is the feeling of dominance, the desire for dominance, but it's
in
not.
You, is that same?
Yes, sorry, in Angela, but there's not the same delight in power. For power's sake.
Manipulating events and. Okay, can we finish it there? Thanks. So, Thomas, thank you very much for that. I think everyone sort of understands that a bit better.
Thanks for having me and not judging me.
No, that's so good. It's good that you've come to share, and because it gives everybody a bit more of a information about how it sort of feels, with different things, which is what we're trying to achieve when it comes to showing them about spirit influence. Yeah, thank you. Okay, now we said that John would come and just answer Tristan's question. So,
So he's always been here. Yeah, and for sure that there was a male spirit in particular who was with Thomas from when he was about 13, and who wanted to educate him, is what he called it.
Groom him, really.
Yeah, into how he could cope with his father. He actually was probably around him from when he was about 9, but from 13 they really formed a connection. And sadly influenced a lot of Thomas's life, even his career choice.
But obviously not his choices after he passed. They were self-motivated. And that's why there were more penalty associated with the choices after he passed, because there was some mitigating circumstances that caused it to happen before he passed that were all removed after he passed. And so now the choices he was making was a direct result of his own desire. Yeah. Which is the reason why there was so great a contrast between what he was shown he could have arrived at versus what he ended up arriving at in the spirit world.
Yeah. And thanks everyone for helping us to sort of facilitate these interactions between, like I, John, enjoy the process of being able to, help you guys interact with a lot of the spirits who come. And also it's a part of their process a lot of times. It's a part of their education process, coming and speaking with you, and it helps us a lot and helps you guys as well.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's good, hey.
Well, hopefully from that you understand a bit more what your addictions really feel like, I suppose you could say. And also, a lot of the things we engage on a day-to-day basis or in automatic are really addictions. They're not a part of your personality or nature frequently. They're just your addictions in play. Okay, well, it's probably time to knock off.
Yeah, when I closed my eyes, it was light.
And those of you who with you, Emma, and what I've said to you, Aaron, and others, that often will say direct personal things to you. You have a choice to ask more questions and work out things more or not. That's up to you, right? But the reason why we say that is that you can imagine if Thomas had somebody say to him, this is what's going on for you and it's not good, he might have paused in his earth career enough to actually not continue his career in the spirit world. And because the career he undertook in the spirit world was far less innocent than his career on earth, obviously he would have then found himself in a better place in the spirit world if somebody had said these things to him. So just bear in mind that what we're saying to you is done out of concern and love for you, not out of criticism or exposure or embarrassing you or anything like that. Yeah? Yeah. Good day. Thanks. Mary and I are not sure whether we'll have another one before we leave. We're just going to play it by ear a bit. We're still waiting for some gear to come, and we'll probably need to test it. So we might actually do another just discussion with spirits or something before we go. But we're not really sure. It just depends when the gear rocks up. Some of it's slated to rock up sort of last week, and if that's the case, then we won't be probably running.
No, we're going in less than 3 weeks now, isn't it?
Yeah.
So if we do it, it'll probably be next weekend, wouldn't it?
Possibly.
Yeah.
Possibly. If. So we'll see how we go.
Yeah. But if we don't, go well with everything while we're away. Thinking on you. And keep the faith. Keep up the work.
Say hi to everyone.
I feel like you're a bit of a family divide, you know, like a
family.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how, like, because a lot of people don't realise that there's groups of people dotted all over the world, right? In terms of, most of you, when you first hear Divine Truth, you would have thought, I'm just alone and I'm the only person here, and, you know, but it's not like that. But it's interesting how very few actually get together, and then when they do, unfortunately, the addictions get in play, whether it's addiction for power or, you know, sexual addictions or whatever else start getting in play, and then of course the whole thing gets tainted. So sometimes we actually feel quite uncomfortable introducing you as well, because we know, oh, if that group of people meet that group of people, then there's addiction, and who knows what's going to happen after them. So it's better to sort of leave you alone with your addiction sometimes than it is to put you in a position where they are even more encouraged, you know what I mean?
But, you know, if you guys deal with your addictions, then I'd be very happy. Then it becomes supportive. You know?
That's right, that's
It
right.
becomes supportive. In the
But
way that
it's very important too to learn how to be honest with each other, and that's something we'd like to encourage you to do over the coming months, is learn to how to be a lot more honest with each other.
that was one of Sapphire's comments, wasn't it?
Yeah.
About the honesty with each other.
Yeah. Because remember, truth is the thing that's going to set you free in the end. You know, the love comes after you start recognising some truths. So be a lot more honest with each other, and stop thinking that, you know, someone being honest with you is them trying to hurt you. You know, now I understand that sometimes in your past that might have been the case, but you know, the motivation with being truthful should always be to help somebody. Okie dokie. Mary and I are going to pack up, same as we have before. So.
Yeah. Thanks
Thanks,
everybody.
guys.
Thank you.